a Zoom. I put my team together. Yeah. We do some.
Okay, I'm going to call us to order, Nick.
Zoom, an hour.
Noting the time and the presence of a quorum, I call the Boxborough Fire Station Building Committee to order. I'm expecting our first interviewee to come up at any moment as it's 6 o'clock, so Kelly should be escorting them up. Thank you. Steve, did we say a 20 or 25-minute presentation?
So 25 minutes presentation. So it should be, right?
It was amazing.
Question is, so we did finish that conversation. Want me to time the 25 minutes?
Just roughly, yeah. Just in case they're kind of going way over.
I guess it's just me.
Just you?
Just me.
You have to answer all the questions.
All of the questions.
All right.
One more later rattle on is right.
Okay.
Using the facilities.
Okay, great. Okay.
I'll just move down.
Thank you.
We'll just move down.
Wow.
So
Yeah, you can all fit.
I can stand up.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, welcome. Thank you for joining us today, and we want to thank you for your interest in our project and for the quality of the proposal that you submitted. As you know, we've invited 3 firms to speak further with us, so we're excited to learn more. We're going to ask you to do a 25-minute presentation, and then we're going to have 20 minutes for Q&A. And then we're going to break, and we'll talk and invite the next group in on the hour. So, and I'm Mary Brolin. I'm the chair of the Fire Station Building Committee. Do we want to quickly say who we are? Or? Sure.
I'm Mac Reed. I'm the vice chair of the committee.
Sarah Lovato, I'm the clerk on the committee.
Maria Nealand, committee member.
Priya Sundaram, committee member.
Larry Grossman, committee member.
Alan Ford, committee member.
And this is Chief Kivlin.
John Kevin, like John's done with the Steve Kirby project.
Excellent. And so we're going to let you start with your presentation.
Just in time. All right. Well, thank you very much for inviting us to interview. As you know, I know all of you, Jeff Shaw, I'm principal at Context Architecture. We are so excited and happy that the town was able to vote favorably for the project to continue into this phase. It's so exciting for us, as well as we are, just happy that all the work that went into the study has finally pushed us into the next phase. We're equally excited about the conversation we're going to have tonight and the possibilities for the project and to talk about our ideas and thoughts going forward. We put together a really excellent team for this project. It's specifically put together with complementary skills across the leadership team so that we can produce an excellent project and push this forward to a very successful next town meeting. That's a very special project to us, and it's going to be a featured project for our firm. So let me see if I can do this. You want to give me an assist there? Just click on it somewhere. There we go. All right. So our leadership team in particular is put together exactly for this complementary skill set. We have all A-list team members here. They're all principals or associates in their firm. They're expected to bring this project through very smoothly, and it's exactly why we packaged it this way. We have Chris, which you'll hear from in a second. He's a director-level skill set. He's done dozens of fire station projects through many multiple permitting processes, bidding phases, excellent skill set. And then Emily, which you all know, led multiple major projects, big development projects, and has a lot of skills managing and working through community engagement, as well as a large role in the design of all of these major projects. And then in particular, I want to point out Susan on our team. You don't usually hear from the CFO of a company, but in our company, that role actually handles a lot on a regular basis with project cost management on the client side, making sure that the project's tracking all the way across. And of course, in this project, the budget is a very, very big deal. My involvement, as you've seen throughout the study, will be constant and continuous. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be part of this project throughout. Obviously, Chris will be doing a heavy job managing the project, but I'm going to be with you through every step of the way, just like I was in the study. And that, includes a heavy amount of commitment. And we're just, really excited to be able to sit and kick this next phase of the project off well.
Thanks. It's very exciting to be here. Just want to emphasize that context architecture really bases its teams that stay with your project from the very beginning to the very end. So who you see at the interview will be who you see as the job progresses through various stages of design. And I'm very excited to be the leader, the senior project manager on this job. As Jeff said, I have a decade's worth of 149 to 149 experience. I have been involved with over a dozen fire station designs in the course of my time at Context. I really enjoy working for the fire departments. I find their buildings and all the features that we put into them very exciting. So I'll be working with the team, working closely with Emily and Jeff on the design. I'll be tracking costs. That's something I do regularly for projects. And I'd also be tracking schedule to make sure that we meet your deliverables and that you are seeing what you expect to see.
Hi everyone, it's great to see everyone tonight. I don't think I need to introduce myself, but I just want to, say, like Jeff, I was very excited to see the project get to this phase. It was a long 18 months, and it's just exciting for you all and for the chief. As part of me, I have over 30 years of experience managing a broad range of project types. And I'll be working alongside with Chris and Jeff to make sure that focusing on design and community engagement, which I know is really quite important in town, because it's not only community engagement with the community, but with the stakeholders. So I really enjoyed working with you all and look forward to the potential of working with you all again. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Susan Johnson. I'm the CFO at Context Architecture. As Jeff pointed out, you may not be used to seeing a finance person as part of an architecture team. Our firm's a little bit different. We do. We know that in public work, things like budget and schedule are critically important, and we know that those things are especially important for you guys. So I am here as a part of this team to just make sure that we are ensuring at every step, end to end, that you have transparency, reliability, predictability, and making sure that everything is happening the way that it should be. And so that's what I'm bringing to the team.
My name is Kayla Bachman-Chavez. I'm a landscape architect and principal at CBA Landscape Architects. I personally have over a decade of experience working with Context on public safety projects, and the firm has been working with them for much longer. CBA's portfolio is mainly public projects, so we do a lot of municipal parks, public safety buildings, and schools work. And so we have extensive experience doing low-impact, sustainable development that really fits within municipal budgets and maintenance capabilities. And one of the main cornerstones of our work is public engagement, the public engagement process. So that's something that we take a lot of pride in.
Hello everyone, my name is Bree Sullivan. I am with Fuss & O'Neill, and I am the civil site team lead. I bring over 25 years of a broad civil engineering perspective to the project. Most of that experience has been in Massachusetts, Eastern Massachusetts predominantly. Fuss & O'Neill has been involved in sustainable and resilient design for 25 years. We like to think we're early adopters of those processes in our designs, and we continue to use them with many projects that we're involved in today. We're actually on-call engineers. We have an on-call contract with Mass DOT, and Connecticut DOT for sustainability as well. The civil team that will be working on this project, should we be selected, has provided design services on dozens of municipal safety projects over the recent past.
Good afternoon. My name is David Pereira, principal at GGD Consulting Engineers. Our firm primarily works on state projects, federal projects, public projects, and with a focus on public safety, fire stations. We've been working with Context for many, many years, close to 20 years now. So the partnership's been great. It's been seamless. And I'll be the leader of the mechanical, electrical, plumbing trades. Along with that, IT and security we do in-house. So we're very familiar with all the specialized systems that a fire station requires, and we look forward to presenting.
So you got to meet Kayla, Bree, and David, really our lead consultants who we working with a lot over the course of the project. The other consultants listed below consulting team are also consultants who we have a long-standing relationship with. We have done many fire and municipal projects with them. They know how we work, we know how they work, and we chose them specifically because they are well suited to your type of project. And we feel it adds to the strength of our team, and as I earlier said, the whole purpose of being here is to be a team that's going to serve the town of Foxborough.
So a little bit more on our org chart. You've already seen the leadership at Context here on the team, but we also have other individuals, and I apologize if you can't read some of the text. It is in the package you have in front of you. They represent a whole wide range of other disciplines and services that we're providing during this project, from quality control to technical detailing, sustainable design, architects integrating the landscape design into the building design, and then, as you've already met, Susan, and I meet on a monthly basis to review the project finances to make sure everything's still going on the right track. It's something we do with all the projects, particularly in this project, that be happening regularly. This structure is a crucial part of why we've been successful in all of these many dozens of fire station projects.
As you have seen from our proposal, you know that Context Architecture has significant fire station experience. And our office has completed almost 50 fire and public safety facilities and has 50 years plus of experience in public work. In terms of design, we don't have a type. We believe that we need to design our buildings to fit well within the communities that they're in. As you can see on the upper right hand, there's Falmouth fire station. And again, this is on the Cape, so it's got that kind of Cape sensibility, the shingles and the coloring. And then in reference to that, the Burlington Station 2 on the upper left is a more contemporary feel. It's in a part of Burlington that's seen a lot of development in the biotech science areas, and they're much more contemporary feeling. It's not really within the kind of downtown, cute town center of Burlington. So again, this design, whether it's the exterior, is fitting into its community. But we also look at the interiors in the same way. This fire station is a home to the firefighters, and they need to be involved in how that looks and feels to them and makes sure it's comfortable and fits their needs. So it works for them. So that is our main role in design.
One of the great aspects of working at a fire station that I find is not only how it looks on the outside, but what is in the interior of the building, and all the features you want to put into the building that are going to be good for the firefighters, administrators, and the visitors who come to use it, as well as what happens when there's an emergency call. So one of Context's strengths is that we know all the features. We keep current with those features, and I know that they've been discussed in the earlier stages of this project, but our role will be to take a deeper dive into that and make sure that this new station is going to be outfitted for what is needed now and into the future. A lot of that has to do with the health and safety of the individuals working in the station and sleeping there. It also has to do with the way the station is set up for training. Training is an integral part of being a firefighter nowadays, and being able to have the right type of training features in your station means that your firefighters do not have to leave the station to train. So you're not making you're not reducing the population of firefighters when you go for training. It's very important. And making spaces flexible is another aspect that we have developed over the years, so that you can accommodate larger and smaller groups within your station and really make a useful presentation, whether it's for training or whether it's just a new idea that's being brought to the firefighters.
So our firm is uniquely suited for this project because we bring both the technical, as Chris was talking about, and the design aspects like Emily was talking about. We believe there are 4 critical aspects to this project, critical considerations. They're here, and we think delivering, as we will, on those 4 areas will bring us to success at town meeting and bring a successful project for the fire department and the town. Starting with cost, as we have all said, this project cost has to start with a 2. So that's going to be one of our guiding points, finding all the ways we can to make that happen at a point where the fire department is going to have an excellent building and well equipped for the town for the future. Engagement, as has been said, and Emily said it again, we are going to be, this is a cornerstone of this project for us, cornerstone principle, engaging not with just the committee, but with the community and as a whole, finding ways to do that. And you'll see specific examples of how we want to plan for that going forward. We also want to deliver on the project schedule. We have a plan to do that. It's critically important to be able to deliver something, a big price that has time to socialize that within the town before going into town meeting. So there's an expectation of what everybody's getting into before you're all of a sudden right there. And we have time to do it, but we have to do it intentionally. And then finally, design. As I said at the beginning, another component of how we operate as a firm, blending that with the technical, but making sure the building fits into the community well. It looks like it's rooted here in Boxborough, that the scale and the characteristics of the building really match up with what people are expecting. We don't want this thing to stick out like a big giant box. People be overwhelmed with what it is or complaining because why did we spend so much for this thing? We really want to get that right.
So I want to focus more on the cost, because the cost is critical, not only from the end state, what we present to town meeting, but also how we work with it all along. And as we talked about, there are key points in the schedule where we will be revisiting costs, but we also have an in-house step process where we review costs every couple of weeks as we are doing our project. And we have enough internal data to be able to determine a little bit of what the ballpark costs are from the very, very beginning on. Because our goal is to always make sure that when we present a design to you at one of our interim meetings, that we can say to you, we've vetted this, and this is still within your budget. We're not going to have to backtrack. We do have a proactive approach to costs, which is if it looks like it's getting a bit closer to the maximum, we'll come to you with recommendations to bring it back without sacrificing quality, square footage, or the schedule. So that's really our main goal, is to always present you with a way to get to where we need to be, opposed to saying we're over budget, what do we do? Schedule is as important because schedule drives everything. And so schedule becomes something which we meet, whenever we meet with you, we'll be reviewing schedule. We'll be talking about where we are, where we're going, what's next, what's the next goal we're heading towards. So these are 2 things that we feel very strongly about. And then QA/QC is an in-house process. We actually have a director in the office who runs the QA/QC program. And every team meets with this person on a regular basis, particularly at key deliverables, 4 key deliverables, to do a quality control check on the project. Just to make sure, again, we're including the information we need to include for you to make a good, informed decision. I'm going to turn it over now to Brian and Kayla, who are going to talk about the approach to site planning, because that's a very important part and complements the building design.
So in terms of watching costs at the site planning and site design aspect of the project, beginning at the very start of the design process, we want to do a thorough site investigation to limit how much exposure we have to unforeseen conditions. In our experience, unforeseen conditions on a site have the potential during construction to throw the construction costs out of whack. So part of that process involves addressing those constraints early in the process so we know how to design around them. The other thing is a good working knowledge of jurisdictional requirements and how they bear on the site. How is the permit going to affect the process? And there are several permits that we expect are going to be on this site, so there are different ways that we're looking at it to make sure that they don't pop up later with surprises. We have plenty of experience in that area to know what we're looking for. And then at every phase of design, we want to look at constructability. I guess it goes without saying that things that are more simple are easier to construct and ultimately will cost less during the construction phase. Kayla is actually going to talk a little bit about working with the site using the existing topography and as a way to limit costs.
So we understand that sustainability is a key concern for the town, for the residents, and the community, of course. But like Bree said, sustainability doesn't have to be expensive or necessarily technology driven. There's plenty of technological solutions, but sometimes the simplest point is best. And so when we do all this pre-design investigation, what that does is helps inform working with the parameters of the site. So preserving parts of the site and reusing existing materials are kind of the unsung hero, in my opinion, of low impact design. Disposal can be really complicated and expensive, so when we talk about addressing what to do with the piles of boulders that are all over the site now, how can we avoid trucking those away and paying to take those away? Maybe it's building something like a rubble farmer's wall along the front of the site that really helps, that kind of ties the site into the local character as well. Another thing that's very key in the landscape is, in my opinion, to preserve the mature tree canopy that exists. This takes decades to establish. All new trees will take at least 15 years to really look like something significant, in my opinion. And so if you can preserve what you have and build upon that, that really helps, shape the character of the site and have it reflect the town's values as well.
David's just going to add a little bit about energy efficiency in the early stages of design.
So from an energy efficiency system standpoint, it's important to make decisions early on in that SD phase. So our job is to give you all the data and information you need to make the right decisions for a successful project moving forward. So what we're going to do early on is discuss each system type with you, with the client. It's going to work for the fire department. Make sure that we can get your buy-in, put those things in a life cycle cost analysis, run an energy model, give you all the metrics, first cost, replacement cost, ongoing cost, all these items, and find that payback and make that right decision for success moving forward into construction.
We chose the fire headquarters in Westford, Massachusetts, as an example of all of this. What we just spoke about, we were the second architects to be brought into this project. The first did the study. They couldn't get an estimate that met with the town's budget, so the town went out for re-advertising. We were hired. We brought the building in actually under budget, without altering the square footage, without altering the program, and adding some additional features. It was a complicated site with a lot of ledge, some contaminated soils, but we were able to very judiciously work with our consultants to be able to build this building, create a platform for it. CBA was the landscape architect. We used some of the existing vegetation and added to it. And in the end, it's a very handsome building and known as the gateway to Westford. But this shows with creative thinking and due diligence, you're able to get a good building out of it a tight budget.
So as Jeff mentioned earlier, that engagement is another key component that we're looking at for your project. And getting the community involved early on in visioning sessions is one way to provide a low-stakes method for sharing their opinions and making the building truly community-oriented. I have been involved with a number of these. For example, I worked on the Vertex Pharmaceuticals Leiden Center. And it's a complex $250 million project that combined research, manufacturing in one building and 2 different types of therapies. And bringing all those together and making sure everybody's needs were met, we were able to run these sessions where we provided mood boards and other ways for them to put a sticker on something that they liked so that they felt involved in that process. And I think that providing this method for all stakeholders is really important, and also for the community itself, because they're also part of this building. It's a community building. Kayla has had quite a bit of experience doing community sessions. She had a couple of great ideas that she had for Boxborough. She's going to share those.
So one of CBA's specialties is community engagement, something we take a lot of pride in. Really, in meeting people where they are and raising awareness about projects is very key, and making sure that residents really understand the project and that they're able to feel heard. And one way that we really like to do that is to try to have one-on-one conversations. The standard model of everyone in a room can be intimidating for some people and sort of allow some others to dominate the conversation. So getting a little bit, something more like a tabling session can be a really great tool to make people feel heard, and also can diffuse tension when there's misunderstandings about what the scope entails or questions that can be addressed on a person-to-person basis. And ultimately, our goal in community engagement is for people to see themselves and some of their input in the final design. And especially here, I know there's a huge emphasis on the value of sustainability and making this a low-impact project. So making sure that translates into the landscape design as well, in tandem with the building, of course.
So Milton Headquarters was a project that we did that showed significant engagement from the town residents. There was a neighborhood of butters group that was heavily involved in getting their design objectives heard. And we all worked together through early community group meetings and working sessions to design a building that was limiting light and noise, which we know is an issue for many neighbors, and having the appropriate landscape design so that it would fit in with their community. And it's these items that we did during that phase to really help engage them and make them feel a part of the building.
The schedule that I talked about earlier is on the screen. It's really broken down into a number of different categories. Just to focus on the first one, which is really design, and that follows from schematic design all the way through to bidding to town meeting, and that's one of the key elements that we'll be starting with. But after that, we'll be going right into the cost control. So what's shown below those colored bars will be where we start doing actual cost estimates with our cost estimator opposed to our in-house cost estimates. One will be done for every single one of those phases. After that, we begin to bring in the community development and listening sessions, workshops, and collecting all that data and beginning to roll it into the total project information. And then David will be involved at this stage where he'll begin to start to explore systems for the building.
Yeah, so a few critical points is we talked about the LCCA and selecting the system. So that's done in the SD phase, and depending on the system, let's just say geothermal was the one that panned out to be the preferred system. We want to right away try to get a geothermal test well done, anticipating that, get the data from that. So really, it's getting as much data as you can early on so that you have success in, further down the project.
So, I'm moving this along because we're running out of time here, but
We're not just talking faster.
the last point here we want to go over is design. I said at the beginning, it has to look and feel like it belongs in Boxborough. It has to really be rooted here, but we're going to take a pragmatic approach to it. This is not going to be an expensive box. This is going to be something that fits here, that looks like the materials are appropriate. We want something that's also robust and durable because we know it has to last for a very long time. We're not going to go out and build another fire station in this town very soon after this, so this has to be something that's durable. And then that's the exact same process we use for Andover-Ballardale. A lot of community involvement from the historic neighbors group, neighborhood groups, design review committees. It all went into a collaborative design of this project. Essentially, by the time we were done with construction, they owned it, like they took it over. It wasn't our project anymore. There's a few more things to get into. I just hope you can bear with us for a couple more minutes. And we just want to talk a little bit about some ideas we have for the project. There's 3 different conceptual studies, starting with a foundation on the site in terms of where to place a lot of the site utilities. And I'm going to steal Bree's thunder a little bit here because I'm going to roll through this quickly. But very important to make sure the site costs are kept low. So we're going to put things where they belong and not try to fuss around with it too much. We're also going to look at the design of the building in a couple of different ways, maybe starting with what we did for the Stowe Road site. And we didn't get a lot of opportunity to design on this site yet. We really want to show what can happen here. Maybe it's this sort of traditional New England massing that kind of grows out from each other, but maybe that starts to take up some room on the site, or we start thinking maybe a 1-story building might actually work. We haven't really explored that here. Here's a 1-story concept, a sort of an L-shaped front building with the garages turned out the back. Saving costs on stairs and elevators might be a good trade-off here for this site because we have the space for it. And then finally, just in terms of site area, can we make this a really compact design? Can it be a nice building but take up the least amount of space on the site? And how can that happen? We have shown all these designs in different styles, from a little bit more traditional to more contemporary, different types of materials. And that's the exact process we're going to use at the beginning of this. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. We're going to have a great time. And we're going to come up with some really interesting concepts. We're going to show you the pros and cons of each, talk about the costs, and then we're going to vote some off the island, and we're going to pick the best team to move forward with. But this is the team that has the experience, the professionalism, the track record, and the creativity to move this project forward successfully. We understand the key components, like the cost of the project. I can't say that enough. We understand the engagement of the community. We've been here for 4 years working in this town. And we know that all of those will be key to gaining support from people and moving this project successfully into another town meeting. So thank you for the extra few minutes. And I want to turn it back over to you for your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So, as you know, we're interviewing 3 firms today. You talked a little bit about what sets you apart, but I want to give you a chance to give us a little more about that. But I also want to ask for some clarity because I'm not familiar with the field. So, who's the architect in this project?
Yeah.
Okay, that wasn't clear to me because of the title of project manager, so thank you.
Yeah,
So
architects always do things weirdly firm to firm, so some it's called project managers the lead, some project architects the lead. I happened to listen to the meeting, so I understand there was a little confusion. We did in the handout just make everything clear by labeling Chris project manager / architect. So he's the guy, he's your author of the project, to steal Larry's phrase. So our team's key strengths and differentiators really revolve around the fact we put together a diverse team. So we have different points of view going into this. You're not going to get a homogeneous, here's how we think. Emily's going to have some different ideas than Chris, than me. And we also have compelling strengths that balance the team out. From Chris's track record doing this work day in and day out, my expert knowledge of fire stations, Emily's abilities on design and engagement, and her prior experience folding into this. There's all things that we are bringing to the table. And specifically, with a focus on the finance side, I don't think any firm brings a finance person to the table. They're all designers. So that's big keys for us. and I'll just sort of hone back in on the fact that we're interested in designing both a highly functional, technically well-performing building, but also a really good building, a really well thought through, well-designed building that fits in nice. It has to be both.
Thank you. Larry?
Yeah, to follow up on your question, Mary, and I have never seen a CFO at an interview before, or even at a project meeting. So that's great. That's usually a project manager role, but you've elevated it. That's interesting. So clarify the relationship of the two project managers and how you guys, Emily and Chris, will work together. You said you're the project lead, so day-to-day contact with the town?
Yes. So my role for this job is to be the contact person for the town and really for our consultants. And I'll be managing the project. I'll be managing overseeing all the design in our office. So anything that comes out of the office will be vetted by me before it gets to the client. I'll be
both design and technical?
All of it.
Okay.
Yeah. And we're actually very, we're fortunate because we have a whole division in our office that actually vets some of it before it even gets to me. So I'm looking at notes and I'm looking at it myself as a fresh set of eyes. We are a team though, and I can't stress that enough, and we're not a large firm, so this would be a very important project, so there'd be a lot of other interests. Jeff will be very involved in looking at all the information. Emily will be equally as involved in looking at all the information. But essentially, it's a pyramid, and I'm the top of the pyramid, and I'm the one who is the day-to-day contact, the day-to-day person who's driving the schedule.
So is Emily you're gonna be working more internally with the team?
I think that what my role is, one is, I have a lot of history with this project, so I have a kind of a knowledge of Boxborough and have worked with you guys for a year and a half, and it's to help make sure that with that knowledge, I am looking out for everything that I know, right? So when I know the community involvement is important, that's also my role is to make sure that I am helping the team deal with this team and our internal team. Make sure that we are meeting the needs of the community and the fire department, the chief, what they want. And I have that year and a half of listening to all these meetings and going to them, so that I have a lot to share with Chris and our team in-house. The other aspect of my my role on this project moving forward is designing, and I have a lot of history of strong design projects, whether they're complicated, super complicated, some very expensive, some very technically complicated, some not. But I truly made a decision to come and work with these guys at Context because I wanted to work on public buildings. I hadn't done this in my career. This was something that was important to me, and working on developer work for a long time can be not as fulfilling. And so I really felt that by coming here and working with them, with sharing their knowledge and having them help me, that I can bring a little different aspect to it. I can bring a different point of view, and maybe think about things differently and in ways that Chris and Jeff have not.
So let me just ask a quick follow-up. So the Westford was a good case study. Can we get a 20,000 square foot for 12 million? We take this one.
Yeah, a couple of large trucks and I think you can get it.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
Yeah, I know. So is there anybody on the team that you brought today that worked on that?
That was Chris's project. Yeah. Both Chris and I was obviously the principal. Chris was the project manager.
So was that painful to go back and use hardy panel and block as a material?
No, we use it all the time.
We use it a lot. We looked at many different materials, Larry, to determine what would be best above the granite base. And granite is used primarily because it's a very durable material, but also it's Westford.
Yeah,
So-
Westford's great granite.
That's where it came from.
Yeah.
It's not Chelmsford, it's Westford.
Right.
So, it wasn't painful at all. We had a really nice team of people we were working with from the town of Westford, very experienced in construction. We had a fire department that was so anxious to get out of a dilapidated structure. And they got a lot of features that they never thought that they were going to get because the first scheme was so far beyond what they could afford. We were lucky, we had a very good contractor who we've since worked with one other job, which has been great. But our firm puts a lot of effort into CA. I'm probably not the most popular project manager when it comes to the contractor because I really fall back upon the facts, the drawings and the specs, and we really make sure that you're getting what you're supposed to get. But when we all worked together as a team on site, it worked out incredibly well, and the town was thrilled. It has a community building in the space, so we had to design security for allowing it to be used at all different hours when the fire station was not occupied on the first floor. We worked that out seamlessly. You know, it was a nice experience and a well turned out project.
Thank you.
Sarah?
I feel like you already answered this too, but I'll give you a little bit more time on it. So what process does your firm and sub-consultants use to ensure that the plans and specifications for construction are complete and won't result in the dreaded change orders?
Go for it. Go on.
Well, what we have incorporated in the last number of years is this QA/QC process. And that not only looks at the plans, but also looks at the specifications. So at each time that we have an actual cost estimate going to our cost estimator, that eventually will be presented to the building committee, it's our chance to review the entire set. Now, a schematic design spec is not as robust as a construction document spec, but it still allows us to review it. I've also had, 25 years of experience and knowing some of the pitfalls of consultant specifications and our specifications, so those are cross-checked as we go through it. Some of that is vetting it with the user, in this case the fire department, making sure that some of the items that are being specified are really what the department wants, and then it's our responsibility to inform our consultants and check that before they get into the final set of documents. But really that falls upon us, and it really falls upon a review process. And that's one of the reasons our office started this whole QA/QC program. This person almost exclusively does this for us.
Yeah, it's not just a QA/QC thing. We actually developed standards in the office many years ago of how things work and how details that work well. In the long ago past, it was you take the last project, you kind of figure out, okay, it's a fire station, make it kind of like that, and a lot of the errors that from that project had get folded into the new project. We looked at that a long time ago and said, that's not working. We're going to develop a whole new process. It's going to be based upon going back and really rigorously checking what is working and pulling those things out of construction that have had issues and throwing them away, making them case studies. So we actually have a full set of documents of how to actually do a fire station project. And so we don't have to rely on the fact that we might eventually we hire somebody that's new and they don't know everything about fire stations. Well, now we have things that they can actually use to develop it without making the rookie mistakes. Like Chris said, we've got decades of doing this. We don't want to keep repeating. That's why you're hiring us. We know what we're doing. Having people do the QA/QC role is super helpful, but it also does rely upon the team's experience and knowing where some of those pitfalls fly. And I'll just point out to our consultants way down the end of the table that we've got these long-standing relationships for a reason. People know how to work with us. They know what we're expecting. We call up the phone and say, can you get us drawings in a week because we got to speed this particular aspect up. They're going to say, yeah, we can do that for you. It's that type of relationship. We've been working with all of them for a long time, particularly David's company, GGD, for 30 plus years. They really just understand how to do it. We understand what they bring to the table, and we can help you in the process of early stage design understand how to fold some of these things in, because we're already thinking 10 steps ahead about what they will need for their piece. So we can say, okay, we're going to have to, in this area, make space for radio equipment, and we know that requires conduits up to the roof for this thing, and you know, the bidirectional antenna room in the building has to be rated. All these sort of things that we can do from that experience.
Our standards also roll in all the current NFPA standards. Any other code issue that would relate to a fire department would be rolled into those standards too. So that's something that is great as a resource. We have a resource drive that we use regularly for all of this information, and everyone on the team is exposed to that, and it's part of the QA/QC process.
Thank you.
Several of you have mentioned the community engagement, which is obviously very important. What are the other individuals or groups that you will feel like you'll need to communicate with, and how do you see that happening over the next couple of years?
Well, I'd start by saying there's myriad groups of folks, starting with building committee, working group. That's obviously where in the past a lot of information has been disseminated from. I do think that it's important to note, like going into the design phase, there's more opportunity. There's so many more pieces of the project for people to dig into. So I think really having some, just open the doors wide community information or working sessions, charrettes, kind of call it in the field, where people can come and just express ideas for what the building might be. Now that we're actually in the design phase, we're not talking about a theoretical thing, we're talking about a real thing that we're going to make. And then there's things like the sustainability aspect. I know for a fact there's people that are going to break your doors down wanting to talk to us about
They're
that.
here already.
Yeah. So we want to talk to them about it. We have people on our team, architects that know about it, myself included. And we also have consultants that specialize in it that will be part of that process, so that, you know, that would be an expectation. Kayla will be part of that, you know, in terms of the landscape, that we have those bigger working groups to talk about some of the ideas that we want to fold in. It's kind of a little bit of a dichotomy. We want to keep the costs low, but we also have these great ideas about sustainability, and where does that tension land us? And we want to have a lot of those conversations early on so we can flesh that out and talk about some of the challenges and what we can actually do, what might be, what, like David said, what do we have to test out early? Geothermal, you know, test it out, figure out, is the ground going to be receptive to that? Is that going to be a lower cost or a higher cost item? And how do we plan for that? And did you want to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, you know, it's the community as a whole. It's the fire department, it's the chief, it's the firefighters. Those are our groups that we need to outreach to. It is you all, and in return, we are there for you. So on your community outreach programs, we're there. We're providing graphics if needed. We're there in person to sit and answer people's questions. And then, as I mentioned before, a little bit about this visioning idea. I mean, there's many ways to call it, right? Visioning is one, charrettes is another. But I think that when any group, you know, that's a little bit outside of the process, gets involved and has a sense of ownership, they're much more engaged in making sure that that project goes forward. When they have ownership, they are going to go attend a meeting and vote for it.
Yeah,
right?
I think so. We really want to be involved in that engagement piece, because we want to be able to look at people and say, yeah, I know you told me about that 6 meetings ago, and here's how we've started to think about it and incorporate it. It's a process of, you know, showing that ideas and suggestions are starting to have impacts on the project and how physically that's happening. I don't know if you have any other ideas, Kayla, for engagement down there?
I think you all covered it.
Okay.
Well, I guess the one thing that I would add is that in a lot of respects, like, you all are the experts in your town, right? So who should we talk to? I think is, you know, we can make a list of all the committees and boards and groups that we can find, but I would certainly ask the committee as well, and then the town, you know, who else should we be speaking to? And that's really critical as well.
We've hosted listening sessions where everyone is invited, but we've also focused on the butters to the site where the fire station is going to be built. And sometimes that actually ends up growing to a much larger group of people. But you hear a lot of different things, a lot of different concerns. And the great part about those sessions is that you're providing the narrative. So you're sort of framing what the facts are with the new station. You're talking about, I mean, I've been in these meetings where they talk about how many calls they have in a day, and how do they handle the sirens, and what happens at this hour of night, and all the things that people are worried about when they hear that a new building is going in their neighborhood. And it's great to be able to talk about that, because the result generally is a procedure for how those things are handled, and it actually brings the temperature of the meeting down, because the community realizes that we're thinking about that, and we're listening to them, and we're planning for it. And so I think that's what I like about those meetings. And that's generally the first meeting. You do follow-ups as you go through. You're lucky in your town that you have funding through CDs and bidding. Some towns we only have funding so far, and we have that community meeting. And then we're looking for the next round of funding. But so I think that it's really nice that there's a continuum in the design process. That doesn't mean we hold everything off to the very end. We still want to start that early so that everybody is ready for it. And it's really great when everybody's working from the same narrative. That helps a lot.
Great, thank you. So I think we're at time, guys. So we want to thank you very much. This was excellent. Thank you for sharing all of this, and we will be in touch.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mary and Matt, you have to switch your names.
Yeah, your name tags are.
I don't know if that was a test.
You can call me Mac.
I have a hard enough time being myself, and I said, no, somebody else.
It's 3, so it's, you can break it down into 2 days. But yeah, it's sure,
That's
this would be a lot more.
that's
We can
ours,
talk
yep.
about more. And the questions are good. Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be even more difficult.
Because it talks about something. I have things.
They're not subcontractors.
Hours on end.
And I mean, it's good because they're critical part of the team, and they have like engineers. He's like the fire station.
I don't know if taking everybody. I don't know. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Nice to meet everyone.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see you later, because isn't GGB with one other?
Next time you go out there,
colleague?
have him take you there. Great to see you again. Yeah. Family. Hey, Maria. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, Maria.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah, probably because we're going to get more. Yep. Oh, shoot.
They were invited to.
Because it's on.
What is QAQC?
Assurance quality control.
Say again?
That was.
Almost wish we extended it. I wrote them all down, so I could see all the overlaps. 2 of them have WS.
I mean, it is what it is.
2 of them have PMC for
Then you can see how weak these guys are. And I just, maybe that's part of it. Time to get it.
Okay, do we want to debrief at all?
Yeah, we can do that.
I'm sorry, what did you ask?
Do we want to debrief on
Oh,
this
yes,
as
yes,
a
we
group?
should. Yep.
So Kelly's gonna bring them up at 7, it's about 6 minutes, you wanna tell us to go away?
Nope, nope. We're just gonna talk for 5 minutes and then we'll stop and we'll, so initial thoughts?
I thought Chris was very well spoken. He answered things directly. I really liked him as the project leader.
Yeah, his experience and them having all the knowledge, and they have, looks like they've taken the time to figure out what the issues were and like put plans in place. So that's going to help us. And the cost piece, I thought was like really good.
Yeah.
That making sure that that's front and center, which is important for our town,
Yeah.
and sustainability as well.
Right.
So-
Yeah, I was really happy that the focus, I mean, obviously the focus needs to be on design, but also with a strong focus on finance. I mean, to have their finance person in the room.
Yeah.
I think that's good, because I do think that, I did like his quote, we know that, what did he say? We know that the construction starts with the number 2. And I like that, because they know that that's where we need to start, right?
Yeah.
So, so I like that strong focus on both knowing the work anyway, and then being able to bring in the cost.
Yeah. Larry?
Having a CFO means that we pay for the CFO. You don't need a CFO to manage the finances of an internal team, but it's never been done because it's never been needed in my experience. It doesn't hurt, but you pay for it, right? This is a high-paid individual. I asked Emily what she does, and I don't know if anybody could tell what she did on the team, that she has a history with the town, but Jeff has a better history with the town. And so that's where Chris seems great.
Mm-hmm.
And Jeff is great, and the team was great. Really good team, excellent team. But that project manager position is sort of the heart of a team. And she wasn't able to articulate what she was going to do. She'd said why she came to the firm, and she said she wanted to do this kind of work, but she presented projects that she didn't do. So that's my only concern. I thought their interview was quite good.
I think she was on the Milton project. I don't think she presented.
She hasn't been at the firm long enough to go through a project. But we could clarify, but I don't think that she's followed through on a project. And the other thing that frustrated me a little bit is that when I had asked, could they give us a little sketch so we could use it for our meeting, and it couldn't happen, and then here it is. 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, this goes back to town meeting you're talking about, the sketch you had asked for?
Yeah.
Okay, but there was a lot of issues around that with the timing and the money, and I'm not sure.
There
These were
was,
done in
and
days.
I was concerned if you show something
Yeah.
that the community's going to stick with that, and that's what you have to produce. So I said I didn't want that.
Right.
But I thought Emily was clear. She does design, and she brings design expertise outside of public buildings, so that she has them thinking about other options that
Right.
they may not be
I
thinking.
mean, that may be true, but she
within.
did large corporate work, urban work, and we're looking at small scale, vernacular, Boxborough fire station, and that's not what she's done.
But she's also not the primary project manager. It sounds like Chris is
Chris.
the primary
He's the project
contact, and he's the project manager. He's the primary project manager.
Right.
He's a day-to-day contact.
What's that?
I'm sorry?
She has listed.
She was on Plimpton?
She has
Okay.
Nate and Plimpton and Wellesley listed as projects for references.
Yeah.
But I believe it's been just early studies, not in the role that she's going to be in this project. I could be wrong, but I don't think she's been with the firm long enough to have followed a project through. That's my only concern.
Okay.
Generally, I thought they did a good job.
Alan, you get a minute.
I like the idea that the sub-consultants were here that are going to play a major role, so we can see who they are.
Yep.
And I like that he had each of them speak about their particular role.
Yeah.
That they really are a team, and they all worked with context before.
Yeah.
And they understand how to do afforestation because of their history.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that
Sarah,
too.
I didn't have you. Do you want to add anything?
I was going to say what Alan said. also.
Okay.
That I was impressed that their sub-consultants were here, because you usually see that they showed up for them and for us.
Yeah.
A lot of times they only bring one.
Yeah.
I didn't expect this many people to show.
Yeah, okay. All right. So Kelly, if you, you could bring them in, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm glad I'm on this side of the table, not on that side of the table. Tonight.
Thank you. You should sit that way. Good, good. Good, good. Later, we're going to get input from the chief, because I always forget to go to my left, so.
A lot of basketball players can only go to their right.
Yeah, no, these are interesting.
Yeah, I like the single floor.
Yeah, that's this one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like a building you'd find in our community.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit too much with the porch,
I
making it
think
look like a farm stand.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Yeah.
Hopefully
And this is a little bit out of
15
character,
minute
But the idea.
the
Plenty of
different
room for
message.
solar.
15 minutes between.
I assume on the
kind
back.
of
I
allows
don't know if
for-
that's north, south, east.
Yeah.
So I
But,
wrote
you know.
down the time.
Yeah,
when
and all
we
of them sort of
started, so I
tuck
knew when to-
the apparatus
Yeah.
bay back.
Mhm.
Yeah, and that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It goes by.
Yeah, this one could work too. if
does.
you
To
want.
me, it looks much
Yeah.
bigger than.
Almost.
Yeah, well, 'cause
The
it's-
square
I
footage
feel like
looks
you're
too
trying to get
big,
so much
but-
information out. And we had,
Well, it's,
you
I don't know,
figured 3
it's
minutes a question,
a
we
little
have 20
accurate there,
minutes.
but
and we
thi-
have
This
20
one, I
minutes to
think,
ask
is
questions, so.
interesting, but I think it's too
But we
modern.
just skip questions.
I
I mean,
understand.
you get a
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, right.
But it's
None of
what-
these have the child
Hello.
for
Good
drawing
evening.
codes.
Welcome.
For what?
For drawing
Oh,
codes,
yeah,
child, I
yeah.
think we need that.
Yeah, maybe.
Hi.
All right, well, you set up a laptop. I think I'll start, and I'm Mary Brolin. I'm the chair of the Fire Station Building Committee. I want to welcome you. We were very pleased with your interest in our project and with the quality of the proposal that you gave to us, so thank you.
Thank you.
I thought we might introduce ourselves so that you know who we are, and that gives you the time to kind of hook in. So I told you who I am. I'm going to pass it to Mac.
I'm Mac Reed. I'm the vice chair of the committee.
I'm Sarah Lovato, I'm the clerk.
Maria Nealand, I'm Finance Committee representative to the committee.
Priya Sundaram, Select Board Representative.
Larry Grossman, member of the Fire Committee.
Alan Ford, member of the Fire Station Building Committee.
And on my left,
I'm John Giblin, the fire chief. Mike Jones, town administrator.
Thank you. Well, thank you for having us.
yeah.
We appreciate that.
Excellent. So what we'd like to do is give you 25 minutes, I think we said, for a presentation. Yep. And then we'll do about 20 minutes of Q&A and go from there. So, great.
I'll give you like 5 minutes left.
Yep.
Sure, thank you. All set?
All set.
Again, thank you for having us. Got a brief agenda. Ultimately, I know I'm starting without introducing the team, but that is part of our presentation. I do want to introduce the team. Going to tell you our engagement process and why we feel as though that engagement process is critical to the overall success of the project. Want to address our understanding, what we understand about your project currently, and then how we plan to approach your project, as well as the advantage of working with KVA, what we feel as though, and then wrap it all up in the end with questions and answers. But we want to take that opportunity to learn more about your project, what you feel as though some of the challenges are, and then how we can collectively move that together forward in that manner. So to begin the introduction of our team, we'll start with the company as an overall. This is all kind of, I'm going to go pretty quickly because this is all what is in the proposal, so I know it's a repeat, but we were established in 1963. We have 100% employee owned right now, and that's 64 employees between 4 different offices that are going to be servicing your project. Since 1980, KVA has done about 285 projects, with 15, there's just over 15 of them being fire station only within the last 10 years. The reason why that's important is this team here is part of our public safety studio, has been intimately involved
in quite a few of that 15. So to start out with, my name's Todd Costa. I'm the studio lead and principal in charge of your project. To my left, our community outreach liaison and CEO of our company, Brian Sullywater. To my right, Kevin Witzel. He's your project manager, going to be your day-to-day contact and dominant interaction, excuse me, throughout the project from now till the end if we are successful in being selected. Just an interesting note, Kevin has 20 years working with KBA. He had a short 5-year period where he left KBA, but he stayed working with the public safety sector as a project manager. So he's got 25 years of public safety knowledge. Then to his right is Eric Royce, the head of our landscape department for KBA. And then all the way to the left over here, and certainly not least, is Katrina Hay. She's the head of our interiors department, as well as a very accomplished space planner. Also, our consultant team there is well established with KBA. Sorry, I flipped the slide on you. But this small selection of that 15 just shows a very finite, if you would, example of some of the projects that KBA has done, that this team has been part of, and then their proximity to you folks here in Boxborough. Obviously, your closest neighbor, Acton, the North Acton Fire Station. Certain you've probably had some level of experience at that station, chief, or visited. But to go from there,
With that said, I guess it's up to me now.
Brian, talk about the outreach.
My job is to create the message for your project. I've been doing this for 45 years, public architecture, K through 12. I remember early on, we did a lot of school work, we did Minuteman, and I know you were in the district, and now you're not in the district. We went through that. I'd like to throw a question out. What do you think the biggest challenge would be for your project to be successful? Is it the cost? Is it the need? I mean, we know you have the need. Does anybody have anything? You don't need to answer, but I think that would be...
I'm going to say a full-service fire station at a cost the taxpayers will pay.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, I think that's great. So, we have to create this vision together, and my job is to help create the communication plan. We want to know what works best for Boxborough. I'd like to look back and what other projects went through and what were the good and the bad. We need to know this so we could work as a team to create a successful plan. So there's your tasks, phases 2 and 3, tasks 1 through 5. But if you look at the yellow dots at the bottom, community engagement begins now. And it has begun once you issued an RFP for the architects, you did this study. So we just need to really enhance that. Our experience tells us if everybody's well informed, your project will be a success. So really what we have to do is create early on stakeholder buy-in. So we have a bunch of tasks that the team will be doing on the left side, but we kind of live by 4 principles. How do we create vision? We listen and understand, we actively engage, we're transparent, and we create 2-way communication. Go ahead, Todd. And some of the tools we use, we'll create a website for you. We'll be at any activity, any festival, anything you tell us to be. We are your teammate. I know the 5 Festival is coming up in June. Todd told me about the trunk and the Halloween party. I guess we do Halloween
Trunk and treat.
Trunk and treat.
We have spent more times at community events helping to educate, not really promote, but to educate your project and let the public know what it is and why it's so important.
So we attend community forums, we listen, we answer, we report back out, and we make sure that we're all having a unified message, and I think that's the most important thing. We remain adaptive and flexible. In some communities, if there's multicultural, multi-languages, we have engaged other people, which really through an app will translate multiple languages at real time. And that's really what it is. And that's it. The next thing. So that's you. Kevin.
So what we need to start off, first of all, is to really start to understand what the project is, what's important to the department, what's important to the town of Boxborough, what's important to the people. What we'll do is we'll start to evaluate the feasibility study of the program. We'll put it out, we'll test it against current codes, current design standards for fire station designs. There are certain things that are important, more important than others. And we'll take that and we'll start to try and create a vision for, help you create the vision for what this station wants to be. We know it wants to be a modern facility that's going to be meeting the current needs and as much as we can for the future needs of the Boxborough Fire State Department. We're going to want to make sure that it represents the community's wishes and that it presents itself well to the community as what the overall municipal design wants to be. One of the first things that we're going to do is we're going to make sure that all part of good design for public safety, especially for fire department, is the firefighters' safety and health and well-being. Statistically, they have a higher incidence of cancer, so part of our good design is that we will separate the building into 3 parts, what we call the hot zone, the warm zone, and then the cool zone. Hot zone being where the firefighter comes back from a call, they're all contaminated. They're not in the building, they're in just the hot zone. We have an intermediate zone of the warm zone where we're going to have the firefighter take off their gear, get themselves into a shower, change into new clothes, so that when they go into the living quarters or the cold zone, there is clean and free of any carcinogens as possible. In this day and age with electric vehicles and everything else, hydrocarbons and the materials that are out there now, it's really amazing what can get into the skin of a firefighter, that we need to get that out as soon as possible once they get back. And we don't want to bring that into the rest of the firehouse, because the firefighters do live there. It's not like on police where they go in, they show up and they leave for a few hours, they go in their cruiser. Firefighters are there for the 24-hour period generally. They call it a firehouse for a reason. They live there. So we want to make sure that their house is in order.
So we understand you've been through this process, and we don't want to kind of overly dive into the details of it, but the key element here is recognizing the need for the fire departments, the fire department safety. The hot zone, the warm zone, and the cold zone is all about firefighter wellness, and we want to make sure that we kind of just transfer it over to Katrina to be able to say how we're going to incorporate that within the building.
So working off of that last slide, when you're looking at this slide, the red does represent the hot zone, the yellow, the transitional spaces into the living quarters, which are the green zone represented here. And now we're going to talk about it in the opposite direction, going from the living quarters and into becoming ready for a call. So when we talk about readiness, we always design for the 90-second turnout rule. And that is about the flow of the building and getting from those bunks to the app bay in due time. But in addition to that, readiness includes being physically and mentally ready. That includes a good night's sleep. And one of the things that we're really sensitive to is the makeup of the bunk rooms, where they're located, having sound isolation and temperature controls in each room so that the occupants can get themselves comfortable and get a good night's sleep. When there is a call, we have red light alerting systems that we implement and install, and those, when the alarm goes off, those red lights come on, and it's easier to become adjusted to the light in waking up with this red light system, and it gets the firefighters down to the bay in a more visually friendly and readiness. It gets them more ready for the call. So in addition to response time and getting to the app bay, part of readiness is the training that needs to take place, and it's not just having that nice a facility that has a workout room with the proper equipment, but it's also being able to simulate training by having either, whether it's opportunities in the app bay, or if there's a training tower that you want to build on site, or you can have bailout windows and scaling walls and things where they can accommodate the training on a regular basis, which gets the firefighters ready for calls. It almost becomes intuitive when they have that amount of training, and having it right there on the facility is inherent in more successful calls.
One other element here with that training element, with that often we see the other departments are using, is that if they're at an event where something was not horrible, but a little sideways, it didn't go quite as they had trained and they had planned, we have seen and we have heard from departments that they actually use those props that are easily to incorporate on a return. Before the deployed firefighters get out of gear, they go back and they train again. This is what happened. How do we avoid this? We avoid it by being not ready to respond. We respond as if it's a natural state of mind. And we get into those elements as a natural state of mind. So we've seen those training elements work being prepared, but also as a teaching tool right after as well.
Another important feature about the building is the interior spaces and creating a home away from home. This really, truly is, as Kevin mentioned, a place where the firefighters spend a lot of time. They need to feel a draw to it. We want them to feel welcome, like that this is a place where they belong. It needs to have opportunities for camaraderie and bonding, as well as places to decompress after a hard call. And these are things that we think about and include in the design process and develop with the fire chief to implement. We look for materials with low VOCs and that have green properties to them, but it's not just the materials, it's the maintenance of them, the budget, but also if you have green materials, but then it takes a chemical to clean them, what is that chemical? Is that also green? So we're looking for a fully cohesive green story for the approach for the interior design. And when we're looking at these things and we're including all of these elements in the design of the building, it does create an opportunity for recruitment and retention for the firefighters, because the community caring for them by providing this facility the building speaks that to them, and they know that, and it does help in that regard as well. When we look at the exterior, there's very similar elements that we're considering. Natural daylight, window placement, it affects the facade of the building, but getting that natural light into the correct spaces, into the living quarters, orienting that building correctly, those are things we have to consider as well. The aesthetic of the building, whether you want to match your local aesthetic or you want to complement it, that's something that gets developed with you, but looking at that aspect. And as we spoke about the interiors, the materials, being durable, easy to maintain, green, those are all things that also affect the exterior.
And from a site perspective, we look at the vehicular circulation, specifically separating the vehicular circulation of the public that's coming into the building from the staff that's coming into the building, and from the apparatus bays where we're responding to events from. We don't want the public wandering onto an equipment apparatus bay or something like that and hindering deployment. So it's very important to separate the two. And then the other thing is you'll have volunteer responders coming in, so separating them out also, so they're coming into the site while equipment is starting to go out, and making sure all that flows properly. We also look at clear signage. When the public's coming in, make sure they know where they're going and how they get there. Separate public access, again, that's part of that, getting the public in and out of the building without having them conflict with deployment of apparatus. And then a welcoming entry plaza. This is a public facility. You may be using it for training or other things like that. So the public will be coming into the building, making that a welcoming space that represents the town of
Foxborough. So site considerations, we understand we've gone through a little bit of the process with the study architect. Few of the items that, again, because we have landscape in-house, is part of our regular dialogue within the design of any station. We look at these things, cohesively as an overall group. Utilizing the existing plan, there are a few concerns that jump out for us as public safety designers. You see them kind of indicated there with the red circles. One of them is a single point of failure for the emergency response, with a side street, if you would, Sarah's Way, coming out to Mass Ave, That's a very simple accident, could block deployment of emergency vehicles getting through the rest of the community. Also with the interaction between public and emergency vehicles coming in Sarah's Way, because both access points are off the same main street, if you would. Those interaction points cause potential for friction going forward. So we look at this and we want to make sure that this may have been weighed as part of the previous conversations, but we want to make sure we're bringing that all up in an open format to say, hey, these are a few of our concerns that we would have if we presented this plan, that we want to make sure that we're talking about and we're weighing in the best options possible. So with that, Eric took a stab at.
So I want to revisit that in that KBA is a little unique in that we have landscape architecture in house, and why that's important is really early in the project. I work pretty back and forth with these guys to come up with the building design, to fit the building on the site. Maybe the configuration of the building will be based off of how the site works and how the site circulation works, and things like that. We've looked at your site, just for the sake of conversation. From the sites that we've looked at recently, this is a really good site. Usually we have sites with wetlands or hazardous waste or topography that we can't handle. So this is a good site. It's a good place for this facility. That said, looking at the study, we see some deficiencies like Todd was talking about. That one way in and out for Sarah's Way, right now that's only a driveway width. It's not a full width roadway width, so that would have to be improved along with everything else. Otherwise, you have I think 3 or 4 houses down in the end, residences. If somebody's pulling in and a fire truck's trying to pull out, there's not the width there to get out. So that's a concern. And just being on a master planning and kind of this level of thing, we look at the big picture. So that's where this layout comes from. We're thinking maybe you should consider rotating the building around and putting that apron right out onto 111. I know there's a big rock there. I know that it's not cheap to get through that rock, but it'll avoid any bottlenecks at Sarah's Way. And will also, Sarah's Way, from what we can tell on GIS, is a private way. It'll eliminate the conflicts involved with that, and with the residents and with that, the shops that are across the way there. So also looking at the existing site, we know there's a lot of rock. We can elevate, we're looking at like, okay, do we do a slab on grade and we lift the building up a little so we're not digging into that rock right off the bat. But we know we can't get totally away from the rock. You're going to have a septic system. You're probably going to have wells. And with the wells, we would recommend, we've done this before at other facilities, a drafting kind of that they use for drafting the tankers.
So with that, if you see here, no doubt comes up. By turning the building, we're able to get deployment of emergency vehicles directly out to Mass Ave. Now we understand that there's a large hill there. We're able to separate public access, how they visit the station and interact with the station on a regular basis. And we're also able to get potentially the second means out so that there's no trapping of the emergency vehicles or no potential. But by turning that building, we also free up a fair portion of open site for then the opportunities of wells. We know we're going to need a cistern. That cistern can actually then supply training props and training function for the departments. We recently, not so recently, I guess, it's 2015, working with the Carver Fire Department, very similar situation where they had on-site wells needed for water, for fire suppression, as well as for drinking potable water. That cistern supplied their training grounds. And they also, another community, we were able to capture roof runoff, put that in a holding tank to be able to use that to simulate drafting from local ponds and things of that nature. So there's all sorts of opportunities that we can look to capture by turning the building, freeing up some of the site, understanding that there is some challenges in there as well. Okay.
That said, we also looked at basically modifying what you have in the study. This helps, this shows how it occupies more space on the site, just because both of those aprons need to come out on both sides of the apparatus bay, so you have a drive-through apparatus bay. We also looked at, looks like there's an overgrown driveway to the upper left here. The possibility you could get a one-way driveway in just as an emergency access way in and out, or possibly an in and out for responding volunteers as they're coming in. This, as I said, has the constraint of Sarah's Way. That would have to be expanded also to make two-way. Where the apparatus bay is now, I think it's less than 20 feet or around 20 feet wide. That would have to be widened down to 24 so you get two-way traffic there.
So now that we've talked a lot about the site and how it's laid out, you're probably wondering, what's the building gonna look like? Well, so do I. I don't know what your building's gonna look like. At this point, we haven't had a chance to work with you folks to know what is important to the town, to the department, how it's gonna look. Do we wanna be something that's more traditional, more New Englandy look? Or do we want to take a chance at taking a look at something like this one here? We've got traditional brick siding, sloped roofs, shingled roofs, kind of massing of a more colonial look. Or do we want to take a chance and go a little bit more more contemporary, where we know that Boxborough is a former big farming community that kind of a little homage to the history of the town, with kind of a modern take on a barn shape, to kind of give it an opportunity to do whatever you want to look like. As we said before, KBA doesn't really have a style. We have clients that influence the design that we do. We bring a lot of talent to the table so that we can make sure that every one of our projects is exactly what the municipality wants to have for their public architecture, whether it be masonry, whether it be siding, whether it be metal panels. Every municipality has their own feel for what that needs to be, and we're here to help you get the right project for you, for your
Doesn't that show a lot of distance from where you are now to where you could potentially go, and where we can take this together?
So how we're going to deliver the project is, I'm going to be scheduling regularly scheduled meetings with the members of the building committee, chief and his staff, to go over to review the program. We're going to set up milestones for schematic design, design development, and construction documents. Every step of the way, we're going to establish a budget. Very early on, it's important that we get the right information and we price it properly. As we go forward and as more information becomes available and things become more clear to us, we need to test every decision that we make, from schematic design through contract documents, against the budget, to make sure that we can afford to do what we need to do, so that we can avoid having some very difficult conversations along the way that all of a sudden, oh my gosh, we had scope creep, nobody realized, and now we've got a problem that we can't solve. Because the tough part for this project is calendar. Town meeting's not changing next year. We know that. We need to be able to hit the ground running, and hopefully nobody's going to be on vacation over the summer, because we're going to do a lot of work, very important work over the summer, to get the basis of the design and the project nailed down, so that we're not chasing ourselves further down the road, because there is no more time.
And we understand also with that, the town meeting's not moving, but the important factor is the warrant article is a requirement. I'm assuming that's our alarm. Two quick slides, and I'll take it real quick. So we understand the budget. This is just a couple of examples of how we progress from schematic design to construction documents to bid, with value management, making sure that you're getting as much as you can out of that initial bid. And then the change order percentage after that is all-inclusive, owner changes and things of that nature. So we're not naive. We know that there is changes in any project, but we want to make sure that we're very transparent in that discussion. So to wrap up, KBA is the right team. We feel as though it's the right team for Boxborough, because we're a teammate. We're collaborative. We want to be there. Locally dedicated, a dedicated local team of public safety enthusiasts. We haven't come to that sense yet. This is kind of what our group kind of lives and breathes every day. Depth of experience doing that. And we're fiscally responsible, and we want to be there with you to develop that community trust in what this project means to not only the fire department, but the community as a It kind of, to sum it up, really, our vision of our company is shaping how communities learn, serve, and thrive. And why is that? Because the people matter. The people in the building, the people in the community. We want to make sure that we're here to help you support them in the overall. So, thank you for the opportunity to present this. I know we've gone a little bit over, but a lot of information to try and share, and a lot of enthusiasm to try and harness.
All right, thank you. I think they've actually addressed my question, so I'm going to pass it right to Larry to see if you want to.
Sure, thank you. So you're set up in a traditional manner with a principal in charge and a project manager, landscape architect, interior designer. Brian, you've been here a long time. 4 of the 5 projects that you highlighted, you led.
That's not true.
So clarify that to me.
I did
So,
not lead those.
well, you were the principal in
I
charge.
actually.
Or at least your name was associated with the
Yes,
project.
and
Maybe you didn't lead it.
I didn't lead those
Okay.
projects. Full transparency, Todd is the principal in charge of the studio, the public safety studio. I'm the CEO of the company. I'm doing other things that run a company. I come out because I still have a passion to keep in touch with clients and have some fun, because running a company sometimes is not fun being an architect. I still like to build things. So I believe that was probably a typo on our end.
Okay.
Because it was the materials and marketing, correct?
Yep, it was the Hingham
Yeah.
project, it was the,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to remember them from the top of my head, but I remember that because I did watch your deliberations, and I noticed that,
Yeah.
I think you may have picked up on that. I went back and I double checked it, and each one of those projects, I was at the helm of.
Okay, that's what I was trying to determine
Yeah.
from what you had sent in.
Yeah.
And the person that you identified as the project designer
Yes,
isn't here.
Mr. Lee, yes.
Is that still who you're thinking would be the project designer?
Yes.
He
Yes.
touches all of the designs within KBA. Actually, the wonderful images that you saw were his,
His work.
his work.
Yeah,
Ultimately.
So he's our director of design.
got it.
So, we're collaborative, but he kind of setting the tone. We're setting the tone, and he bridges the gap between, because Castle Blues, we do 2 things. We do K through 12, we do public education, and we do public safety. And Seglin's the design director.
Great. Good, thank you.
Okay, Sarah?
Yep. So what process does your firm and sub-consultants use to ensure the plans and specifications for the construction are complete and won't result in our dreaded change orders? I saw that you had the percentage up there, so if you could talk more about that.
Probably the best thing that I could say is that we have an in-house QA/QC group. It's comprised of kind of senior members of the staff. They're not involved in the project in any way, shape, or form, so they're looking at it for the first time like a contractor would. We've got people on our staff that are part of the group that are former contractors that work. I also happen to head up the construction administration group, so I have a couple of guys that work with me on that were former general contractors that will start to tear it apart and do reviews of constructability and looking for holes, like general contractors typically do. And we've got a pretty good track record of being well under 5% for change orders. Sometimes the numbers that get displayed for change orders are not necessarily represented in the documents, because they also include things like ledge that you've done all your geotech, you think you know what you got, and all of a sudden there's a vein of ledge that comes out. There goes a couple $100,000 that show up against the change order log, but it's unforeseen. We typically will be running probably in the 2 to 3% attributable to documents, which from an industry standard is actually very low. But that's something that we take pride in here at KBA, that we take the time to make sure that it's right before it goes on the street, because you're going to get nothing. If you put out bad product, you're not going to get a good number. And we've got a pretty good track record of delivering our projects at or below what our estimated construction costs are when we go out to bid.
And I think it's doing your homework, like right now, when you begin. Make sure you do thorough site investigations. Make sure we know we have some rock there. We have to think of that. That's going to be expensive in parts of that site. So we have to do our due diligence. And really, that's the most important thing. As Kevin said, QA, QC in the firm is done by principals or people higher up in the, in status in the firm. They're not on the project, and they take a look at every phase of what we're doing. And that includes the engineers. We run programs that look for design clashes and things like that between mechanical systems in the building, and that's why all eyes are on that to really tighten up the documents.
Another part of that is that at the end of every phase, we do a construction estimate. We have a reconciliation meeting to reconcile that estimate against what we think. So every one of those estimates is basically a checklist of what's in the project and what's not. So that helps us make sure we're on track and that everything that's in there is on the plans and specs.
Great. Matt?
We're interested in hearing who you think, who individuals or groups that you need to communicate with along the way, and how you see that happening over the next couple of years.
That's what I'm going to help develop. It really started, as I said, it started, but we have to meet the stakeholders, create a team. Who are we going to meet? We're going to meet everybody involved with the project, including the community, including we have meetings with the Board of Finance. We have a meeting with the building official. All the people have the stakeholders in the project.
I think one of the key people are the user group, firefighters. We want to understand how are they working today, what limitations their building is putting on them today. And besides the obvious, I'm assuming the decontamination, right? Size, things of that nature. We want to understand what part of their process in the building today is being affected by the building, so that we can guide and we can help and potentially even show them, bring them to some other departments to say, this is how you're doing it, this is how it's recommended in the industry, this is how Department A, B, and C have interpreted that recommendation. Because there's no one way to solve this problem. There is good practice, and we want to employ good practice, but we want to employ good practice based on the size of your department and where you see it today, where you see it going, but also what you found that works for you in your deployment, in your safety, in all aspects of the job. That's one of the key meetings to kind of get that understanding and
so
kick
once
everything off.
we have that baseline and we're all in agreement, then we start going public, and then we start having some public forums, and then we open it up and we build the momentum. And again, as I said, that's a meeting. You engage, we listen, right? Because we're going to have comments, and we make sure that we're all in agreement, and then we report it back out. And usually we use the website. That really becomes the kind of the conduit for the project. And if we build, who's going to finance it? Who's going to build it? The building official really begins in the beginning. We have a kickoff meeting and say, here, you have your expectations, we have a process, and that's why we build consensus along the way. So we take the stakeholders with us. So once we get to the public funding portion of the project, hopefully we have all the answers to the questions of why is it, what's it, whips, or what's it going to cost, how we bonding, and all that good stuff. And then it becomes flawless. So it's really starting to communicate right from day one.
Thank you. Priya?
I know, Katrina, you mentioned a little bit about sustainability and green construction. Can you expand a little bit more in terms of your experience in designing and constructing net zero, green, sustainable fire stations?
Yeah, I think for the net zero thing, that it wouldn't really be me, but I can tell you from an interior standpoint, these days it's really hard not to be green to some extent, because all of the manufacturers are really focused on green design. It would be harder to pull it all out than it is to put it in. So it's not as expensive as it used to be. I am a LEED certified professional, so I know the process to get to a LEED certification if you so choose, but a lot of places are deciding, or a lot of projects don't want to pay for the LEED certification, but they want the benefits to go that road. So we can do all the things to be a green building without
paying to do all the certification, but you're still getting the benefit and the value that you put into it, because it can still be designed that way without that.
And I can share relative to the building itself, or ultimately, I know we're talking mechanical systems. If you choose, like Acton itself, it chose to be carbon neutral. They wanted no fossil fuels on site. Now that's a difficult conversation when you get into an emergency facility, because emergency facilities need to be able to operate with no power coming through the lines, and they need to be able to operate according to NFPA for 72 hours. So only way to really do that without building another skyscraper on the building for battery storage is with a diesel fire generator, fossil fuel generator. But that's the only thing on that site. Everything else is geothermal, and we'll have that conversation, whether we're going to do ground source heat pump, air source heat pumps. But that's all part of that dialogue as the progression. What is the objective? And then how do we want to get to that objective and be cost effective?
And then we have to think about what are the long-term and short-term impacts, because those systems are going to affect your budget.
Yeah.
So we have to think about that. How long are these systems going to take, so they can pay themselves down, so that you'll take advantage of it. So, and that's really, with the engineers, we're going to give you different scenarios of mechanical systems, and we're going to sit with you and go through them and talk about it. And what are the initial expenses, and how energy efficient are they going to be? And we're really going to do is balance between the building, the budget, and all that, because the system's going to have significant dollars to the project.
Especially the ground source heat pumps. It can be, we just had a presentation in the office on a school that had 72 wells drilled on the site. Now, obviously, you need that for this size building, but, drilling a well is the biggest expense on the ground.
And that was in Neshoba High School. It's a brand new high school with doing the stretch code and all that good stuff. It goes to building envelope, it goes to everything, so we're working it as a whole package. And what we have to do is give you different scenarios on what package is best for Bottsboro. And again, it's a dialogue, and we want to be your teammate, and that's why we think we can accomplish that.
And North Acton isn't the only one. We've got Beverly PD. We've been doing geothermal since about 2008, all the way up in Holden and on Nantucket. So we're very well versed in drawing the most out of the, whether it's the ground source or the sustainability aspect of it. Thank you, Kevin. To make sure that we're hitting the objectives of the community, and we're giving you a building that the department can be proud of, the community can be proud of, and it's a staple.
Thank you. Thank you. Alan?
Thinking about recent projects that you may have done, can you give an example of a latent project condition that came up that caused unexpected cost? How much was the cost, and how did you mitigate the cost?
I guess the biggest elephant in the room for us is Brockton.
Brockton
Public Safety, we had a very unique scenario where we took over an entire city block, which was an old high school. Half the high school had caught on fire in the 80s, and the city, in its decision-making at the time, decided to collapse the burnt structure into the ground. We knew it was there. We knew we had some level of contamination there. We anticipated the remediation of that and the removal. What we didn't know is that when they went in and demolished it, obviously the basement was going to become a swimming pool. They punched holes in the slab, and all of the asbestos that was part of the burnt material went in with the rain and down through the site. So we had to chase dirt that was dirty, no other way to put it, through the site. And that was a big change. Unable to anticipate something like that would be happening. So unfortunately, in that situation, we had to go back to the city to say, here's something that was done in the past. We couldn't predict this, and we needed to ask for more. That was kind of extreme.
We had a great communication plan in place,
Yes.
and we were able to educate the people, and they accepted it. It was an unforeseen condition. We thought it was, that's what happened. So we were able to continue on, and Brockton had the resources to fund it.
to take care of that issue and keep the project moving forward.
And that was us coming right out of the ground.
So that's kind of the biggest.
That's the biggest
one that
reason.
we've ever had to.
Sounds like it would be.
Maria?
If an existing condition arises during construction that was easily observed during the design, but now results in added costs, how would you handle that with the owner?
That's pretty simple. If it was something that we should have known about and we didn't react in the right way, that's typically on us. Right, that's typically, if something's installed and it doesn't work and we designed it, typically we are responsible to fix that.
It's one of the more uncomfortable conversations that I, as the project manager, have with you as the client. But we don't shirk our responsibilities. We stand up for what we're supposed to do. We're human. We do make mistakes, but we try to keep them to a minimum. We don't try and push it off on somebody else if it's clearly us. Like I like to say, if I've got to take the punch in the nose, I'll take the punch in the nose. It's just being accountable for what our actions are.
All right. And we'd like to know, has an errors and omission claim ever been filed on you or one of your consultants? And if so, what was the project type, why, and what was the outcome?
I don't know if it's an errors and omissions claim. We've been included in a lawsuit against the contractor. We're equally named down in Bourne. So the Bourne Police Station, it's relative to a failure in the roof system. And ultimately what's coming out is it's kind of a issue with the installation. There was no ventilation installed.
So there's no direct claim against us currently. We have a couple, we have that one, and that's about it.
That's about it.
That's it, yeah, that's it, it's Bourne.
Is that sub still a partner with you?
The roof was in-house, so that the roofing system is in-house. The design worked. It wasn't necessarily a sub's responsibility, it was a contractor installation
Okay.
issue.
And did you understand where it went wrong? Like, how did they not understand how to install it?
Ultimately, they missed points in the details that, you know, as we're going through this, we're finding out that it seems as though everybody else was able to find them. It just, whichever contractor did the installation, whether it was the general or it was the roofing contractor, missed the very important part of cutting holes to provide ventilation for the roof.
So typically, we don't end up in litigation. I'm thinking of another one, we're not very long, but out at Bay Path, it's a Voltech school. We had a civil engineer as part of our team. The grease traps in the kitchen have to be X amount, especially if it's a teaching grease trap. You remember at Minuteman, we have teaching kitchens, so the grease traps have to be huge. We're opening school, they're paving over the grease traps, and we find out we needed twice the capacity. So I went to the owner, I said, listen, this is my problem. We fixed it. We paid for the additional grease traps. We had conversations with the consultant. We ended up in mediation, but we did win because they were at fault. They tried saying they weren't. So the way we do business is we're here, again, as a team, we're going to protect who we work for. So in that case, we had a relationship with the district. They said, okay. I said, we're going to handle it. They looked at me, they trusted me. We handled it, we fixed it, school opened, and then we worked it out with our consultant.
Great. Well, thank you. That's our time, and I want to thank you for joining us and sharing all of this additional information.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm sorry? Get into town.
Not letting you get away with
But they clarified it sort of just design. And you did.
I mean, we're doing great.
We saw.
Yeah.
You're kind of on the other side of the table from what you often do, right? Aren't you over there sometimes? On your job? Bidding on?
Yeah, sure. We rarely do this kind of thing.
Well,
Usually
well,
you
I
put in
just
the
meant
proposal, but yes,
figuratively, yes.
true.
It seems that you and John set up initials, so I have no idea when the contract expires.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
I was thinking that.
They're a little guarded on what they're going to say because they may have pending things come out.
Yeah.
that might be important.
I felt that way too. I felt like that's why he was a little hesitant in
Yeah,
talking,
that's fair.
which made sense.
All right, does anyone want to share thoughts here? Just, I can't see any of you at the moment, so just yell out.
Alan, you look like you want to say something.
I don't know enough about the firm based on that they didn't talk much about the firm like Context did. They jumped right into as though they already had the job and let me show you examples of schematic design. But I still don't understand much about the firm. One of the people that I thought was pretty important didn't show. The CEO did a lot of the talking after he said he's not involved. So I don't know.
I thought that the information that they did share with us is a very typical process. There wasn't a lot that felt like it was tailored to Boxborough or special about their project approach. I don't think that we got a lot of information on their sustainability approach either, besides the fact that they have experience with geothermal, which is important. And what was the other thing I was going to say? I did like that they emphasized the firefighters' needs and listening to the firefighters, because that is ultimately why we're all here.
I thought they'd done a little homework about the site and talked about maybe another way of looking at it, whether or not we think that's a good idea or not, I don't know, but they did have some ideas that probably on paper sounded okay, and talked about Sarah's Way and the issues with that, which I thought showed an issue.
Yeah, as compared to Context, they didn't have the 2.5-year relationship that we had with Context, so there was a history and a familiarity that Context had. So it's hard in 45 minutes to break through the years of time they spent with us as compared to Context. But they're organized in a more traditional way. There wasn't a redundancy of players. Everybody had very clear roles, which was it was set up in a more traditional manner. It wasn't. They didn't put as much time into the interview as Context did. So in all the materials, Context really spent some effort in the schedule and a lot of the things where they kept it very. It was a very simple explanation of schedule as compared to Context, which was very detailed. But the sketch and the study that they did, and we have to dig deeper, but that could be a fundamental issue in the design of the site plan of whether or not that conflict at Sarah's Way and the intersection is really a key issue. I don't know, but
it's been on my mind for a very long time. I'm not going to just to tell you, I've kind of envisioned that area at Sarah's Way, and I've thought about how narrow that is, and the fact that they brought it up, I was like, oh good, someone else has seen this.
Yeah.
Because I've kind of envisioned where that current house is, and once that room is made, that there may be a possibility, and again, it's in the future for me is when we're going to talk about it, but how to improve
that entry and egress from that area, and whether it's where that existing house is now, or whether it's in their schematic, their drawings that they showed.
Yeah, no, I think the key is that.
It is something that needs to be talked about.
Yeah,
later on.
they brought up something fundamental, and whether or not it's fundamental and that's the right solution, I have no idea, but it's fundamental on design, and no matter how many people and how sexy it all looks, it's the fundamental thinking that's really critical, and they've done a lot of fire stations. Context has done a lot of fire stations. They didn't bring as big a team. I think they're also very capable, and I thought some of the feedback on sustainability was interesting. They have that experience too. So
I had a question, because you brought it up and asked them point blank about not bringing the designer.
yeah.
Is that a red flag to you? How do you feel about that?
I didn't ask, the follow-up question is why not?
Okay.
And I don't know. But they clarified that the individual that they identified did the design work that we saw, and he would be leading the design effort.
Is that, like I said, just asking, like, to you, is that a red, like, I don't know, I've
No,
never, is that a red flag or not? Like, that's what I was curious, you brought it up and pointed it out, and I was, in my mind, I'm wondering,
Yeah.
are you looking at that like that's?
I would have preferred that individual to be here.
Okay.
And was it that he didn't have the effort, he wasn't feeling well, he had a conflict? I guess I could have followed up, somebody else could have followed up, but I don't know.
I'm not on the question list like.
No, it's, I mean,
No, I'm not
First
sure.
thing I wrote down, because I looked at their roster,
Right.
who they had in their proposal, and, matched the faces.
but context didn't really even identify who the designer was. So,
No,
When we asked, they told us who it was. and
Chris.
he was here.
well,
It
no,
was Chris.
if she was the designer, she would be listed as a designer.
No,
She was
it's
listed as a
Chris.
project manager, very different than a
It's
designer.
Chris.
Chris
It was
is the
Chris, though, they
designer.
said very
And we
clearly.
asked.
Yes.
That's true, they did say
Right?
that. But he's
And
also
he
the
was here.
senior project manager, so usually it's not the designer, but
Right.
that's how they explain that one, you're right.
But he was physically in the room. I have to say that did bother me a little bit. And I
But-
know people have conflicts, but I think you address the conflict.
Yeah.
I think you say, and also, so-and-so, who's not here because of, for whatever reason.
That would
This
have been the
was-
right thing to do.
Right, that would have been.
Yeah.
And so that bothers me because it had to be a really good reason, in my opinion, to skip this meeting, right? So I didn't like that. I also, I don't know what it was. There was a little bit of, I heard a lot of like, almost like we're gonna start again. Asking a lot of the same questions we've already asked, and all that information is out there. We didn't care for that, and particularly when we talked about stakeholders, great that they talked about the firefighters, they should, that they're gonna be living there, but they didn't really go beyond that. And then, we'll have some public forums, and that's not, clearly they're a stakeholder, we should be talking to the firefighters, but there's a lot of other people we should be talking to. I didn't feel like that question was well answered.
I know
And
we
there was
wouldn't-
not a lot about cost. That's the
Right.
other thing that concerned me. There's not a lot of talk about, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off,
that's
but
fine.
about budget, cost, and how we're gonna contain the budget, and maybe it's just the finance in me, right? I felt like, again, if you did your homework, any homework on the community perspective, you would know that cost is a big issue for the community. So I didn't hear a lot about that and how we would deal with that going through the design process. Okay, I'm done.
I know that we would make a decision on their presentation, but the context folks had notes. They looked down a little bit, but they looked at us while they were talking. These folks spent half their time looking at the screen to give them context for what they were going to say instead of looking at us.
Well, and the other half, they looked at the chief, which I don't mind, except I feel like there's a whole committee here, and I was like, there's other people
I
in the
thought it was
room.
me. But normally when you have an interview, the people that are being interviewed, you start with context. Each person made eye contact with all of us
That's right.
repeatedly.
Yeah.
These people did not. I
No.
felt like they were talking to you, Mary.
Oh, and I
thought
thought
they
they
were
weren't
talking
looking
to
at
the
me
screen.
at all.
Here, it
They were
looked like
looking
they
at the
always were
chief
looking
and
in the
maybe Mike.
corner. And I was wondering why that was.
Yeah.
And they also had pretty negative body language, if you noticed. There was a lot of shuffling and, not nervousness, but unsettledness.
Okay, Priya, you haven't said anything, you have 30 seconds.
For me, cost,
Okay.
and that wasn't addressed.
Okay.
so.
Great, and we can talk about all of these more, but just for now, so, okay. Who gets their steps in?
It's interesting to see
So
how
they
different.
have GGD, but they weren't invited to the.
I mean, they were, it's like interesting. In their superficial way, they were older,
Yes,
white guys.
yes, they stay.
Just like, I don't know, I'm not making it any
Like this
difference.
is road.
No, they've done it
Yeah.
before. And the context was younger and more
Yeah,
diverse.
I didn't appreciate the CEO and his attitude. And they kind of were afraid to talk unless he did. You know what I mean? They're like, we're deferring to their boss a lot. And we can't have that. I was kind of surprised by
Yeah.
that. I didn't expect that.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
It's the spot.
Yep, this is, you get the hot seats over there. So while you set up, I'm Mary Brolin. I'm the chair of the Fire Station Building Committee. I'd like to welcome you here. I want to thank you for your interest in our project and for the quality proposal that you submitted to us last week. We're happy to have you here to learn a little more. I thought we could have the committee and our colleagues introduce themselves while you're setting up. So Matt?
I'm Matt Reed, and I'm the vice chair of the committee.
Sarah Lovato, I'm the clerk of the committee.
Marianne Yellen, I'm the finance committee representative to the committee.
Priya Sundaram, select board rep.
Larry Grossman.
And I'm Alan Ford.
Pleasure.
And to my left?
And I'm John Kidd, I'm the fire chief.
Mike Johnson, I'm administrator. Steve Kirby, the project.
Great.
Might know you.
Yes.
So what we'd like is for you guys to give us a 25-minute presentation, and then we're going to spend about 20 minutes in questions and answers, and we'll go from there.
All right.
Stall for me, would you?
Yes.
This is usually somebody else's job, right?
We won't start the clock till you're ready.
He's not normally the computer guy. Today you got
Yeah,
something.
they don't usually let me touch computers.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how this happened. See, look at that. Yeah. I made it obvious. I'm not quite as dumb as I look. Yeah, start now. Okay. All right, I'm ready. We can start clocks and stuff. I'm just gonna pause a second because this is the splash slide, and that's the slide where we introduce ourselves. So, my name is Jeff McElravy. I'm a principal with Tecton Architects. I lead the public safety market at Tecton. I've been there for we're coming really close to 20 years now, and then I spent 20 years with another firm that did public safety prior to that. So I'm looking at getting on close to 40 years of doing public safety facilities. And don't tell this to any of my police friends, but I did fire first. It's been a long career, and public safety work, particularly fire stations, has changed dramatically over the course of my career. The things that we think about now when we design public safety facilities or fire facilities is drastically different from the very first one I did, which was in Wethersfield, Connecticut, by the way, just in case anybody's keeping track. With me today is Matt Salad.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Matt Salad. I'm an associate and a project manager at Tecton Architects. I'm coming up on 14 years, so not quite as long as Jeff.
Starts off the same. 4.
So I've been spending my time at Tecton for the past 14 years, also exclusively working on public safety facilities throughout New England and outside of New England as well. Prior to that, I came from another firm where I also worked on public safety facilities for a couple of years there as well. I come from a line of firefighters within my family, so that history, that tradition, that's something that I grew up with. It's important to me, and it's something that I really like to impart on the work for every fire station that I work on. I think it's an important piece of the delivery of fire service, is that family and history connection to those that came before us. So
You're saving the rest of that story for later.
I'll save the rest of that story for later. So, like I said, Jeff and I have been working together for 14 years. I'll get into a story later on about how our careers met way before that. But with that, I'll pass it over to Brad.
Brad Park, I'm a principal at CES, who would be supporting the project from the mechanical, electrical, plumbing side of things. And the majority of the work my team at CES does is public safety projects with Matt and Jeff, so a lot of continuity there.
I'm Sean Martin. I am a civil engineer and COO with Fuston O'Neill. I am actually substituting for our project manager, Scott Turner. Scott couldn't be here tonight, so I'm filling in for him. I've got about 31 years of experience. Scott's got a couple more than me. And I would still be the principal in charge on this project. And we bring a lot of experience, not only in public facilities, but also a lot of experience working with Tecton. We're a multidisciplinary firm, and we're real excited to be here today.
And some of you may know Scott because he was the civil engineer that worked on the feasibility study as well.
Yeah.
And then there's a couple other consultants on the screen there who aren't with us today. Michael Horton Associates, one of the structural engineers with Michael Horton, and I go way back to my previous firm. PM&C, cost estimating, and then O'Reilly, Talbot, and Oakham on our geotechnical engineer. One of the things that's really important to me is, back in my old life, we'd go to a new town where we hadn't done business before, and they would always grab an engineer that was local. And there is an advantage to that, but I tend to stick with the same engineering firms over and over again for what I consider to be some very good reasons. First off, we learn what to expect from one another. They learn, what I expect, and I also learn what they need from me. And we also spend a lot of time working with our engineers and working on team building, making sure that we're talking about how we deliver the best quality service. Sometimes we get together socially just to talk about ways we can deliver work better. And so, unlike other firms, I tend to stick with a lot of the same engineers, and I think it really shows in our change order record and in the quality of the documentation that we deliver. That you can see here, there's all sorts of really cool statistics about our expertise in public safety. There's over 200 public safety projects on our team resume. A lot of those go over my 40 years, but a lot of those come with the rest of the team as well. We've done over 40 departments in Massachusetts. I don't know when the last time we updated that number is. It's a round number. It sounds wrong. We've presented at the Station Design Conference, which, if you don't know, it started out as a fire station design conference. Now it does both police and fire. And we have presented there 6 times now. And Matt and the chief from Auburn, Massachusetts, one of our clients, is presenting again.
This year?
Next month.
Next month.
On a really good topic that actually has something to do with your project, so we can talk about that a little bit later. And then, of course, we've won the station design awards for both fire stations and as well as the Officer Magazine awards for our police station work. So we've got a lot of experience. You can see me doing this up there. I'm not sure if I'm confused with delivering a really good point.
Confused.
Confused? Okay. Some of our recognized experience up in Greenfield, Massachusetts. We did that project in association with a frequent partner of ours. Bloomfield, Connecticut, which Matt's going to talk about a little further. Auburn, Massachusetts, which is how many million under budget?
3 million under
3
budget.
3 million under budget.
Took bids 2 weeks ago.
Carlisle, Massachusetts, which filed sub-bids are under budget.
Yep.
Natick, which was an award winner from Station Design, and of course our Lexington, Massachusetts facility, which was a gold award winner at Station Design for what is a very sustainable and very nice facility right at the sort of the gateway to the historic district in Lexington. Police station is at the other end, which is the other gateway. Both of them are projects. There's a lot of expertise that goes along in fire stations. You know, when I first started, you know, it was kind of a big garage with, you know, a couple special requirements and you know, some living quarters and day rooms and offices, and it is not the same thing as it was when I started 40 years ago. And we'll talk a little bit about that as we go through. But here's some interior photos of some of the work that we've done. You can see up in the upper left-hand corner, the incorporation of training opportunities is a big thing in fire station design these days, because a lot of times you don't have the opportunity to go off to the training facility or to go off-site and do training. So to have the ability right there in your own fire station is a great opportunity. And the cool part is it comes at a reasonably low cost. So, you know, living quarters, you see, some fitness facilities. Of course, the fire service is all about tradition. You can see the antique sitting there at the Lexington station. And of course, the apparatus bays and the living quarters down in the lower slides. So these are all important things to give a lot of consideration to as you go through the design of the fire station. We're going to talk a little bit about the path here from where we kick off with program validation. I want to talk a little bit about that, some of the things that are important to us in schematic design, through design development and ultimately construction documents. But we also want to touch on the importance of focusing on community engagement and making sure we're telling the story to the whole community. That's something that we've dealt with a lot. We've actually given a number of our station design presentations have been on that topic. So we believe we bring a lot to the equation when coming up with strategies on how to communicate and engage with the community. All of our work starts with an understanding of you. And this is an important thing. When I left my prior firm and started working at Tecton, I did it with an idea in mind. And the idea was that there was a better way to approach these kinds of projects. And the better way was understanding not that, you know, we were experts and we should go and tell everybody what to do, but an understanding that everybody brings something important to this equation. And listening to the voices of the community, listening to the voices of community leadership, listening to the voices of the fire department, listening to the voices of my own consultants, and even my own team, creates better opportunity to deliver quality product. If you just accept that humility and say, I'm going to use what I know from all my experience as a resource, as a tool, and we're going to let the design grow from the information we hear from the community. We're always going to tell you best practices and standards, but we're always going to talk about it in the terms of what works for your community. Because NFPA standards say one thing, what most communities actually do is different. It's just the fact of the game. And so we need to find the balance between the standards and what you're doing to arrive at the right solution. And so we start with a pretty good exercise of understanding you, and a big piece of that, and Matt's going to talk about, is understanding where your values lie.
And so that's where it starts. It really, this isn't it.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, I hate animated slides.
So
There we go.
it really starts with identifying the goals of the project. Now, I know you already went through a feasibility study. You already have a space needs assessment and things like that. We have to go back through some of that information, right? Because there's a lot of firsthand information that came through those interviews, through those discussions, with anything that you've done within the community so far and with any other boards and commissions, because that information is critically important to understanding the goals and values of this project in particular. We always want to refer back to those, right? Those are the driving forces that define what's going to be a really successful project. And it could be a number of different things, right? It could be we want the best training available. We want a healthy and safe working environment for our firefighters. We want the best delivery of fire service to our community, right? Those are the morals that we're going to stand this project up on. And we're always going to be referring back to them because those are what's most important at the end of the day. Right? It's not just, can we fit the trucks? Can we fit the people, right? That's a given. But the values and goals of the project are really what are going to define its success going forward, not just now, but for the next 50 plus years that you're going to be in operation within this facility. From there, we're going to explore options, right? The first time we put the plan on paper, it's going to be wrong. We were just in East Hartford with their fire department a few weeks ago, where we showed them a couple of options, showing them how to design their facility, maximizing NFPA standards, and showing them the way that it should be done and the way that the experts tell you it needs to be done. And they took that and threw it in the garbage and said, this isn't how we do it in East Hartford. So we want to make sure that we're taking those values and we're testing those options. All of those come with a cost. So we're going to test those options. We're going to show you what those costs are, so that at the end of the day, every decision we make is through the lens of all of this data-driven information, so that we're making good fiscal decisions on the benefit of the taxpayers, but also so that we're getting the best possible product for the chief, his department, and ultimately for your community.
And just to finish that story, when we came back to the next meeting, they loved the floor plan.
That's right.
Because we listened to what they were saying.
So it starts with operations-based programming. So this is sort of a rehashing of your space needs assessment that you've already gone through. We want to go into a validation on that. Maybe we might bring some ideas to the table that you hadn't considered previously through our expertise. You know, that doesn't mean what you did previously was wrong, but we want to build on that good work and help to improve it even further. So we're going to look at all these different things. We're going to talk about ways that we can manage your red and green zone transitions and that separation of that hot zone space from your clean zones. There's not one tell-all story that defines that. There's different ways that we can incorporate certain aspects of the project to achieve those goals that might improve overall efficiency, might lower cost, and might give you an overall better performing building. We want to talk about recruitment and retention. You're a combination fire department, so you've got some volunteers, and those are being harder and harder to come by. Every time we deal with a fire department, recruitment is always a major challenge. And so we want to make sure that we're designing a facility that's bringing those recruits in so that you never have any staffing issues. We'll talk about sustainability. What are the sustainable goals of the town and the community? How can we incorporate that in a cost-effective way into the project? Brad will touch a little bit more on that. NFPA standards, building resiliency, right? Making sure that the building is always the one that's operational during the worst weather. We've had some terrible storms this winter, and I can tell you there's a number of public safety facilities around the Commonwealth that lost power and didn't have the ability to respond at certain times. And we want to make sure that we're protecting you against those incidents. Mental health and well-being, right? It's a tough job. Your firefighters are dealing, and EMTs are dealing with very traumatic situations on a daily basis, and we want to make sure that this is their home. It's a space where they can decompress, where they can reset, and have a good mental health space. Gender equity is huge, right? Most fire departments were designed at a time when women weren't on the force, so we want to make sure that we're creating a facility that can accommodate it and also be flexible to adapt to changes in the future. And then flexible training. Jeff had shown you that picture up on the right of adapting training facilities within the building. That's a really low-cost solution. But it's also, maybe you have a large enough site that maybe we can reserve some property for a future training facility that might be incorporated in it. So we want to test all these options and show you what might be possible.
Matt touched a little bit on the previous slide about red and green, hot and dirty and clean areas of the facility, and Matt and Jeff are going to lay out the building that really promotes a proper flow of traffic from clean areas to dirty areas and vice versa. And then on top of that, we're going to layer in HVAC approaches to help maximize that effect and really try to keep areas of the building clean, such as your living quarters, your bunk rooms, things of that nature. We want to provide more air to keep those clean. And then in the quote-unquote dirty spaces like the apparatus bay, your turnout gear, spaces with lots of odor and things of that nature, we're going to make sure we're exhausting plenty of air from those spaces and really promote a flow of clean to dirty at all times and really that's just to promote improved indoor air quality for the firefighters, which has become so important these days as we understand what they're up against in this job. So that's something we take very seriously and have worked through as a team many times before, and really think we have a good approach for that. As Matt mentioned, Boxborough is a stretch code community. We have a tremendous amount of experience working with stretch code communities and also opt-in specialized stretch code communities. In the next 6 months to a year, Massachusetts will be updating their code again, going to adopting the 24 energy code with mass amendments. We've already been getting up to speed with that and understanding the requirements of that as well. So we're we're certainly prepared to help walk the the department and the town through that process.
And we happen to have as a friend a gentleman that worked on the NFPA standard for the original hot zone, cold zone standard the NFPA applies now, and he's also been involved in the upcoming version, so we can bring some insight about not only what are the standards today, but what are the standards that are coming up. So a little bit about programmatic needs. We talked. Matt talked about the need to do the program validation, and that's something that's important to us because what we hear during that program validation, again, it helps us understand more about the way you operate and capture some of the things that are important to you. But we always start, of course, with the visioning that we talked about earlier, and it's the vision of the department and what its future is, but also the vision that the committee and the leadership in the community and even the community has for what is the future of the fire department. We've got a client right now we're grappling with that right now because they show virtually no demographic growth in the next 20, 25 years, but yet over the last 20 years, they have an increase in calls for service. So something's driving calls for service that isn't demographic growth. Now, there are lots of good options for that, which we're digging in deep to. It could be more EMT calls or medical-related calls. It could be because there's more fire alarm systems, and they're getting more fire alarms and false alarms. But understanding all the drivers behind what happens in the community is important because in this community, they've got a very strong rural base with lots of farmers, and they're saying, why do we need a bigger fire department? And yet at the same time, they're facing all of these additional calls. So understanding what is the nature of your community and how the future of the community growth is going to impact the need for fire services is so important. I cannot tell you, in the 40 years I've been doing this, how many facilities I have replaced because they didn't think far enough into the future when they did them. So many of them, they don't have a big enough site, they don't plan well enough so that they can say what happens when this building is beyond its useful life or beyond its programmatic life. And if you don't think about that, then you don't know where that future addition, where that future growth, where that future change is going to happen. So, you don't want to go crazy building for something that's going to happen 70 years from now, but you also don't want to be foolish and not think about what happens over time. The other thing is we also go through a value exercise, and we've done this with a lot of departments where there's the the things that you arrive at the programmatic assessment, and then you have to say what are the priorities, what are the things that cannot be missed to make this a success, and sometimes those are not the same thing. Things they ask for in the program versus what their priorities are can be very different, and there may be ways of addressing some of those things in a less robust manner so that you can manage cost while still focusing on the things that are really important. So we have a whole exercise we go through with your staff and with your community leadership and even the community to understand where those priorities are.
So here's an example in Carlisle, just up the road. I was there about an hour before this.
Yeah.
So we're actually in the middle of bidding a renovation addition to their fire station currently, but they had a couple of goals in town, and one was they had a very, very limited budget, but they had a very large demand for increased apparatus bay size. Currently, right now, they have 3.5 double deep bays, and they needed 14 in order to deliver the rural fire service that they have in that town. Because similar to you, they don't have a municipal water service. They're carrying a lot of water all over town and establishing a lot of on-demand water systems in order to deliver fire service. And it took a lot of conversation with the community in order for them to really understand that need, because it seemed crazy to them that we need 14 bays to house these fire trucks in a town of 1,400 people. So they actually brought in an independent consultant to do an analysis to assess their apparatus and their fire service operations, and they said, actually, you probably need more than what they're asking for in order to adequately deliver service in town, because they have to carry so much water on board. So going through that process and unpacking and telling that story to the community actually helped build quite a bit of support in which they said, you know what, you're right. Let's get the chief what he needs. Let's make sure we're designing for recruitment and retention, because they were having a really hard time staffing a lot of their calls. And that came together into a lot of decision-ready information. You see the graphic on the left there, where we put together different groupings of building construction costs aligned with the different values that the community was seeking. So apparatus base size, recruitment and retention, things like that. We identified scopes within the program, assigned cost values to those, and let the community decide what really was right for them through that decision-ready information. We didn't come at them and say, this is the building we're going to sell to the town. We let the town tell us through the fire department operations what was supportable, and then moved on from there.
Oh, you're gonna be okay. You got it?
Sure. So similarly, in Munson, we're doing a renovation addition. So this is where we came in with a fixed budget that really wasn't adequate for what they need. And I'm not saying that you guys have an inadequate budget, but this is some of the tools that we use to sort of manage our cost control processes. So you can see the graphic on the right. This is similar to an exercise that we had done in Carlisle as well, where we looked at, again, the different needs and values of the fire department and established essentially a menu of different options that the community can pick from and say, you know, for $2 million, we can get you this amount of support for your facility. We project over the lifespan of that building based on the calls per service, based on the demographic projections. That's going to get you about 10 years of more useful life out of this building, which may not be enough, right? That may not be adequate for the community to support that, because you'll have outgrown the building before you've paid down the bond. So by giving this list of options and aligning those to all the values on the right, again, it's about giving the community, giving town leadership this decision-ready information so that they can really understand the options and say that this isn't a one-size-fits-all package, but we can really unpack all the determining factors that go on into making the right choice based on cost, based on scope, and based on value.
Who's the timekeeper? How are we doing?
You good? Good.
We've got 1 minute, 1 second.
Oh, jeez. Go.
So some of the main things that I would recommend considering when we look at the site, just like the building, if the site doesn't work for you, it's not going to work for the building. We put a high priority on evaluating what the risks are with the site, and some of the risks on this site have to do with fill materials, bedrock, some slope near the road, access along a private way, Sarah's Way. Site distance looks pretty good in both ways, but we really have to think about how the program informs the building size, use, location on the site, and how you're going to use the site. Are sustainability elements important to you? Can we accommodate the well and septic system, and green infrastructure and stormwater design and things like that? So we have to go through an evaluation phase to figure out what the risks are before we design the site that suits your needs.
Really quick.
So it really comes down, I think one of the critical factors of this project is really going to be the community engagement and creating community understanding. So we go through a number of exercises that we can bring to this project, and this isn't a one-size-fits-all. It's really a tailored approach. But we want to find out what the most effective methodology is going to be for engaging with the community, making sure that we're not just giving them information, but creating a dialogue. And there's a number of tools we can use, like Mentimeter and things like that, that has been really successful in other projects, in making sure that we're garnering that feedback, so that at the end of the day, right, this is your community's building. It's not just the fire departments. It really belongs to everybody, and we want to hear their voices and find ways to incorporate it into the work.
So ask a question about this one later, but we're going to skip forward. Really quick, we just sort of high level, we did what we call a site test fit. We just took your programmatic requirements. We do a lot of these during the process because we learn a lot. We learn what's good and what's bad about the idea. So we said, okay, 20,800 square feet. We arrange it on the site. How does it work? How do you interact with Sarah's Way? How do you interact with Massachusetts Avenue? And then, honestly, we actually drove by the site on the way over here, and I would change this immediately based on what we saw there. It's that feedback loop where you start to understand, the site's telling me this, this is what I see when I look at, the numbers. But when I see the site and when I get feedback, I change my idea. And the beauty is these things are quick. We get to explore a lot of ideas fast so that we start to learn and ultimately get to the idea that works the best. And so we generate these, and you can see we're going to get the pros and cons list, and then we beat them up a little bit, and then learn from that and do the next one until we're ready to present the design that really works. With that, again, experience is a starting point. We want to use all of our past experience as a resource and a tool for you. We don't want to force you into things that don't make sense for your community. And we believe in the power of all of the information that everybody brings, and that together we can create something awesome for your community. What did I go, a minute over?
Big breath in. Excellent, thank you. So I have two questions. And because I'm kind of new to architect firms and the language, I think I heard you say the two of you would be the designing architects. Is that correct?
We will be the leads that you'll interface with during most of the project. There will be a number of other people that will be participating. Probably Tyler Arshevsky. He's a very talented designer that we work with on a lot of our projects. He will be involved. There will be a project architect that will engage in this project. We'll decide that as we really dig in and get going. But and then he'll have a team of production resources as well. And then of course, our broader team, including Brad and Scott. Sean's pretending to be Scott today, and our other consultants will all be deeply involved. Matt does an amazing job of mapping out the process of scheduling meetings so that we talk about all the important things along the way.
On top of that, another member of our team, Antonia, she has a cohort within our office that's dedicated to community engagement in public outreach. So we have a whole section of our company that focuses in on that, because it's so important in these public projects.
Okay. And you were third of three, and so maybe a 30-second pitch on what you think sets you apart from the others.
I think it really comes down to our approach to the design process and to our work with the community. I was, for many years, one of those experts out there, and we would go into communities and we would sell them on our ideas. And the world's a different place today. You can't go in and sell communities on ideas anymore. You can't just jam anything down anyone's throat. And so 20 years ago-ish, when I started at Tecton, I came with this idea that we really want to do a process that engages all of our clients and their communities. Because, these are projects, you go to the community and you ask for money. Can you imagine the arrogance of going to a community and asking for $25, $30, $40 million? And if you haven't engaged with them and talked to them about it before you get to that point, you're rolling the dice big time. And I don't like rolling dice, I like winning. And winning means working together. So, how's that?
Pretty good.
I just made that one.
Let's see, Larry.
You kind of asked the question I was going to ask, but
Yep.
I get the principal in charge, project manager relationship. You guys have worked together a lot, and it seems like you know what you're talking about. How busy are you? You have what's your next year and year after? I mean, you don't know the year after, but what do you have in design right now?
Yeah, we have the Falmouth Police Station in design. We've got Carlisle and Auburn that are just bidding now. I have a second team that is doing the Westfield Police Station. They're wrapping up and ready to bid in 2 weeks.
It's about done.
Yep. We have pending for that same team, Weston, Massachusetts fire facilities, 2 of them. Those are pending, and that's on the other team. Am I missing something? I don't think so.
I think that's most of it. But I think the bottom line is where my team and my staff sit at the moment. A lot of our work is transitioning from the design and construction documentation phase and rolling into construction documents, and not everybody is involved in the construction administration portion of it. So we have a group sitting and waiting, ready to go when this project rolls forward.
And so do you have a project architect or two, however you staff your team, is that who follows through on construction administration?
It is.
So do you pass it off? Do you stay involved? How do you work?
I'm involved every step of the way. I will be in every single meeting through the entire duration of the project. I might not be the on-site guy for every single job meeting through construction, but I will be there regularly. You'll be seeing me way more than you might hope to be.
And you manage your in-house financials and your consultant financials. Is that through you also?
Yes, it is.
He's also one of our team. We have 55, 56 people. We have 4 teams. He's one of the 4 team leaders. So he leads the team and manages the projects as well. So you'll see me at the beginning of the project a lot. And then it'll probably taper off and you'll see me less frequently through the project unless there's an issue or something that really needs my attention. I tend to focus on developing the project, getting the floor plans ready, making sure that we're meeting all of our expectations in terms of standards and not just our standards but fire standards, but also making sure that the community input is included in the design. So, but then it's Matt.
Thanks.
Sarah?
Yeah, now to the hard questions.
I love the hard ones. What do you got?
Those are our favorite.
So what process does your firm and your sub-consultants use to ensure that the plans and specifications for construction specifically are complete and won't result in our dreaded change orders?
So, I'm going to start off with not all change orders are your enemy. Some definitely are. And I have done projects where we've had as few as 1 or 2 change orders. But sometimes you make decisions along the way that make a change order worthy. We do a pretty robust quality control process in our firm. It is part of the reason why I work with the same engineers over and over, because they know what we expect, they know our standards, they know how we deliver services. Just yesterday afternoon, I spent 3.5 hours reviewing the Westfield, Massachusetts police station project, going through the drawings, making sure all of the details were there and the important information was there, and cross-checking against Mass General laws for bidding requirements. And so we have that robust Q&A process. We also have a robust standards process where the firm has adopted standards. And that's changed a lot actually in the 20 years since I've been with Tecton, because I brought a lot of the Massachusetts-based work, and I had lots of Massachusetts experience with that. And the way that you put together a set for Massachusetts is different than the way you do it for Connecticut or Virginia or North Carolina or New York or Maine, where I'm also working. And so understanding that process, Matt's got his MC, what are all those letters?
MCPBO?
Yeah, that one. MCPBO certification, and he's a big part in making sure that we're following those standards as well.
I would add a couple more points too. So Jeff talked about he just did a peer review on a project. So we do a team-oriented peer review at every phase of the project. So we bring in another partner or principal within the firm to review it with the team so that they go through that entire process. My team, a majority of my team has been working with me on public safety projects and Jeff for the better part of a decade. So it's not like they're going in and doing their first fire station as part of this. They've done many fire stations as well as myself. In addition to that, I think we go about the project development process a little bit differently. When I first started doing these, it was so often that as we go through the project development, design development in particular, we would meet with the client a couple of times to just sort of do a bulk dump and say, this is the design, this is the layout, and then just kind of move on from there. One thing I do is I do a targeted sort of a project management plan during that phase, because in particular, one of the greatest drivers of change orders is owner-driven changes for things that you didn't understand in my drawings. And I want to make sure that they're well understood. So I will break up into a series of between 12 and 24 specific targeted meetings on different scopes about the project development. One on firematics, one on HVAC. That's the first one we have because we need to establish the HVAC system to understand what the electrical load is going to be. Interior design, we'll have multiple meetings. Every single building system, we're going to have focus meetings with the end users, not just you, Chief, but with your staff, with facilities, with the building department. All these folks in town will bring together to go through this to make sure that you know and understand everything that you're buying when we put the project out on the streets. And it helps really mitigate those owner change orders, as well as our own errors and omissions, because everybody understands at the end of the day what you're getting. As an example, right now, we're about 80% through construction on Peabody's Public Safety Headquarters, $70 million project. We have under $40,000.
Say $70 million project. How many, Jim?
Under $40,000 in change orders at this phase of construction. And that included a ledge pack, a massive ledge package. So we're very concise and careful about how we put our documents together, and we really do take it seriously that we want to engage the folks that are going to be using the building throughout that process to make sure you get exactly what you want.
Thank you.
And one of the other commitments that I made when I changed firms is that we wanted to be totally transparent, but more importantly, really upfront in managing the project costs. We have not missed a budget in the 20 years that I've been doing this. You know, we take really serious the work of our estimators, and if we have a challenge with an estimator, then we dig in deep. I know you get the money appropriated. You don't get to go back. You know, going back is just a horrible, horrible thing. And I don't ever want to do it. I had to do it early in my career, and I don't ever want to do it again.
Nick.
You've talked quite a bit about community engagement. You also use the word clients. Who are those other clients, and how do you see yourself communicating with those other clients over the next several years?
So it's, other stakeholders in the project?
Yes.
Yeah, you know, there are a lot of stakeholders in the project. You know, it's not just, you know, the folks that are ultimately going to pay the taxes on the project, and we want to talk to them as well, but it's all your boards and commissions. And one of the best ways to make sure that we're successful in going through that process is to talk to all of them early. You know, we want to get in and talk to your building department, we want to talk to your planning board, we want to talk to your conservation commission, we want to talk to all of them early on so that we set the stage for ultimately when we present to them of having a successful outcome and you know, getting approvals quickly. So being, again, proactive in terms of engaging with them early on is a huge thing. You know, and particularly when we're talking about, you know, your stretch community, we've really got to dig in to some of those issues that go along with meeting the stretch code early on. I don't know if you have a sustainability group. There we go. I suspected as much. I want to talk to them early as well.
This is a lesson that we learned when we several years ago when we were starting on the Lexington Fire Station project around 2017, 2018. It's in the historic district, right in the center of Lexington, and they have a very strong historic districts commission that has a very strong opinion on how buildings should look within that. They have an equally strong sustainability committee that really drives home a highly sustainable building, and those two things are at odds. And there was a lot of changes that the sustainability committee was asking for, and then we would take that to the historic district commission, and they said no way. And we had this back and forth, and nothing was getting done because nobody was really talking. Since then, we helped them define an entire process where they bring in an entire working group of all their committees, department heads, where they do charrettes and things like that for new capital improvement projects. And it's improved the way that they deliver projects within that town. And that was something that started with that fire station project. And it's something that we've taken as a lesson for every project going forward, that we want to bring all these stakeholders into the mix earlier on so that we understand their needs. I was in Falmouth this morning just meeting with all the different department heads, talking about the early stages of the project, walking them through the site plan, making sure that their needs and concerns are met before we really dig into the detailed development of it when it's too late to address, because it's so important to hear those decisions early. And even if they don't have anything to offer to enhance the project, sometimes it helps just to be heard, right? Just to listen to some of their needs, or just to ask how they want to be involved in the project and what their values are.
And to
Matt, you would be the person meeting with us and the fire chief and the firefighters?
That's right, yes.
And to finish that Lexington story, we're just about to wrap up the solar parking canopy in the heart of the historic district in Lexington, Massachusetts. And the Historic District Commission is 100% on board. It took some time. It took a lot of dialogue. They're 100% on board. The neighbors are on board. And the Sustainability Committee is on board.
Not a little parking canopy.
It's a big parking canopy.
Right. Priya.
I guess to segue from there, can you expand on your experience in designing a sustainable net zero green fire station?
Sure. Yeah, let's start with Lexington. Brad, I don't know if you want to talk about the radiant heating. Well, first I'm going to say it starts with the envelope, right? That's the number one thing. I think we've learned a lot of lessons on that, especially with the latest code update where we have to get into the more detailed Teddy energy modeling and making sure that we're meeting all of the requirements of that with the derated envelope based on thermal bridging analysis and things like that. So it's forcing us to create a much more robust package on the envelope on day one, which then helps drive the mechanical systems for that. I don't know if you want to touch on Lexington Fire for that one.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, we really truly try to come in with an open mind. It's really, and it even goes back to what Jeff was saying before, like we try not to come in with a, this is how you need to do it type of mindset. It's really a, what is important to this community? Is it the resiliency? Is it moving away from fossil fuel? Like what's important to this community is a big piece of it. And to Matt's point, I mean, working with Lexington was sort of prior to the specialized opt-in code existing, prior to Massachusetts making it, you forfeit rebates if you install gas and all that kind of stuff. Lexington was kind of ahead of that and told us we want the most sustainable fire station you can build us. We want a radiant floor where you pipe hot water through the radiant floor, but we don't want you using a boiler to make that hot water. And Matt and I were like, okay,
how do we do
that? So we designed a heat pump system that could make hot water for that radiant slab. It was the first one we had done, first one that we know of in the area. And several years later, it's still operating very well. So we just embrace the challenge and understand. Again, going back to what's important to this community. And again, try to come in with an open mind, have all the options on the table, help you guys work through what makes the most sense for the project.
And similarly, right now, like I said, we're in the middle of bidding Carlisle's fire station, which they're in the specialized opt-in code. So that one has solar PV as part of the bid package, and in a pretty robust envelope. It's all electric. And that also has a radiant heated slab in there as well. So. It's just actually that one has a backup gas-fired boiler in it to supplement the radiant heating, just because the air source heat pumps don't work so well when it's 10 degrees below zero out. And certainly after a winter like this, that's an operational challenge. So in that case, I think there's a good story in really understanding that there's a piece to sustainability that has to align with operations and making sure that on a day when it's 10 degrees below zero out, you're able to recover your vehicles if you've gone to a call and all your water lines and everything are frozen, and you need to thaw them out, and you need to have a quick recovery back in the bay so that you can get it back out and respond to the next call. So there's a balance that needs to go on between the two, but we can achieve both.
So to build on that, after the fire station was complete, we still had the police station project to do, and they called me and said, "What would you do different with working with the community?" And I said, one of the first things I do is take all the words "strive to" out of your sustainability standard. I said, decide. Either we're going to do or we're not going to do. We had so many debates along the way over the word "strive to." It's do or not do. And so the police station is net positive with the completion of this solar canopy. It also has So the big solar canopy, it is an all-electric building, it has battery backup, and so in the case that the grid goes down, the building will immediately fire up the emergency generator, which is the only fossil fuel fired thing, because the diesel fuel, because it's an uninterruptible power supply, and it will only run long enough for the battery system to come online. And then the building will run on the battery until it's depleted, and then it'll go back to generator while the solar canopy recharges the battery, and then it'll switch back again. So depending on the weather, this thing could go on for weeks without filling the tank on the diesel generator.
And
That's something special.
And it was also red list free through the Live and Building Challenge.
And how did you like manage with the cost piece? Again, like sometimes people want both, right? We want sustainable, but we also want it at a lower cost. Like, was that ever in the picture?
So it's Lexington. Their cost threshold's a bit different than your community.
Yeah.
But I think Matt said it earlier, the best thing you can do to start is a great envelope. Because the better envelope we have, the less I have to make him design bigger systems. So that's your great starting point. And then everything else above that starts to be gravy in terms of how you can get to a sustainable solution.
And then just like I put together those options of the different costs for arrangements of the building and what that impact might be, we do the same thing with sustainable components of the building. So if we want to go with one type of, if we want to explore different types of HVAC systems, we can cost that out. If there's different components of those HVAC systems, or we want to add solar or whatever it may
Or
be.
explore geothermal again.
We bring decision-ready information to the table and say, if we want to do this, we can. Here's what it costs. This is a life cycle cost analysis that shows you what the payback is, and it may not be there. We went through that with Lexington because we explored both the fire and police stations as ground source heat pumps, and it didn't pencil out on those, and so they made the decision to go with air source heat pumps because it had a lower upfront cost, and the life cycle cost was comparable between the two systems in that instance.
All right, I think we're at time, so I want to thank you for all of this, very engaging, and we will be following up with you.
Can I have 2 seconds?
Certainly.
Tell the story.
Oh.
So Bloomfield, Connecticut, that little fire station up there, the second one from the top left.
Yep.
So that's Company 3, that's their substation. In 1994, Jeff was the architect for their department headquarters. I was 6 years old at the ribbon cutting because they were dedicating that building to my great-grandfather, who served as chief for 60 years in that department.
Wow.
And then my great-grandfather was actually chief when they constructed the original Company 3, which I had the pleasure just 2 years ago of actually replacing. And it's a very loved building in the town of Bloomfield. But I grew up in that firehouse. My great-great-grandfather was the founding chief of that department. So when I say I grew up in the firehouse, when I was 4, 5, 6 years old, my mom over the summer would just drop me off, and Popsy would just let me run around the firehouse. I'd play ping pong in the day room. So Jeff and I go back 36 some odd years now, but it's in my blood, and it's part of my family, so it's important to me.
Good story.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we have a 5
Yeah, 5-minute break. That's a great thing to have.
It was, yeah, that's
Instead of being the fire.
I'll drop my kids off.
Be a designer. Right? A couple of us are from Connecticut, so we love that commitment.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
All you.
Good, and I have to make it quick.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. That was daycare. It's a new way to raise money. There we go. Our department raised.
Wait, one question we forgot to ask. Is this going to be served out of Rhode Island or Connecticut?
Connecticut.
So everybody, you both sit in Connecticut?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Sean is from Rhode Island.
I knew that from their phone numbers.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm from Connecticut.
Yeah, our Rhode Island office is a growing studio. So we have more capacity to serve out of Connecticut. you know, I've been out of Connecticut for 40
It's
years.
not that much further.
And I've been doing projects in Massachusetts and New Hampshire for all 40 years, so I know how to drive.
And it's not that far.
No, it's not. I've got one in Maine right now. Yeah, that's a little further.
Polished and routine, which I thought was very impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can live with that.
Between the two.
That's in there.
So do you guys want to swing up to here? You and Larry?
You and Larry want to
Do you
move
want
over
to swing
there?
up to here for the
To make-
conversation?
For the conversation, yeah. Like you were the other night at the meeting.
Yeah, and pull one.
Well, if they move, we can take this one.
Some of those are movable.
Okay.
Yep.
Take either one of those.
So yours?
Thank you.
Thanks.
So we're gonna have two people sit there, but then these guys need mics as well. So they can bring their own mics. Yeah.
Isn't that great?
That was good. We're just gonna wait for Mac and then, I think we'll do like a quick debrief just of Tecton and then, maybe we'll get the chief's input on all three and have a cross conversation. I'm gonna wait for Mike, but I was saying that we'll do a quick debrief on Tecton and we'll get to the others.
What?
Then
I'm gonna
get
say
the chief's
standing then.
input on all
Yeah.
three and then have a cross
Okay,
conversation.
sounds good.
Yeah, you're one of the key users.
Oh, they got put in the corner.
What's that?
The chairs.
Yeah, they're probably those bad chairs
Oh,
that
bad
like
in the
lean
corner.
down.
They belong in the corner.
You should have like police tape around them because they're miserable.
When a chair gets too low for me, you know it's a problem.
We got our subcommittee on the other side again now.
How come they got the pitcher of water?
Yeah, right.
Well, it was
The
for
subcommittee, no, I'm just kidding.
It's interesting how the same challenge is tackled three different ways. I mean, everybody's in the same profession, essentially doing the same service, but how they talk about it is very different.
Yeah, yeah. It is. I mean, you know, from the qualification, from the proposals, they're all outstanding. But they were different here tonight, so that is really interesting, so yeah, let's do a brief kind of feedback on Tecton, and so, you know, anyone want to share what they're thinking?
I liked how they're prioritizing and combining, like the priorities and cost. I think I like that very much. The peer reviews, that was a good one. Obviously, their sustainability seems really, really good. Like that a lot. Community engagement. So, and did they say that they've never been missed a budget? And
They did say that. They said
right?
they've never missed a budget.
Budget, so
Yeah.
that's.
I wrote that in.
In
right
20
away.
years.
In 20 years, and like, that was
Never missed a budget in
good.
20
Were they
years.
the only ones that listed their consultant for cost estimating? Did you
No,
notice?
they all
Did they all
listed
say, maybe that was the only one that really popped to me that I noticed it, but it was,
In
oh
fact,
man, right there on the front page.
They have PM&C, and so does one other, that's Tecton. KBA and Tecton both have
Were
PM&C.
those in the books though, or were
And
those in the
Context
presentations?
Has Fogarty.
yeah.
I
Those are in
think
the books.
they
It was in the
they're
books, I'm
definitely
saying,
in the
they
books.
they mentioned it specifically in
Yes.
their presentation, that's all I'm saying, yeah.
They did,
Yes.
yeah.
It was in context too.
I
but
think
they
it's
agreed.
in context.
Yeah, they listed all their consultants as well.
If I can say that my only concern was like, I mean, with Matt being like so involved, and he has like,
Oh, yes.
what, 3 or 4 projects, right? Like that they were talking about, and
Yeah, he has a lot of projects.
and like in terms of time, like how much time is he gonna have?
But when he clarified, most of his work was in construction administration.
Okay.
And he's involved in construction administration, but he's not involved daily in construction administration. And he
Okay.
has a project architect who lives and breathes the construction administration.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
the
that's what I was
phase-
trying to get at
Yeah,
with
the
that question.
phasing matters, and, because, I mean, you would not think they're gonna have a project, not have a project, have a project, not,
Okay.
so you have
Right,
to phase
right.
it where it takes more time, less time. And
Okay.
so it sounds like he's in a really good phase for taking on new work.
New one, okay.
Other thoughts?
So the architect was not here. Tyler, the designer, right? Is that,
Well-
was not.
is that how I understood
So
it? I'm
I
sorry.
think
He
in
was
all
not.
3 teams, the primary architect was here. I think it's their project manager and their principal in charge are doing a lot of the main architect. Then Tyler's gonna be like the day-to-day.
He's the designer,
building
he's
it.
the one that draws the things up.
Yeah.
I know them, I met him before, but he doesn't come to every meeting, he's in the office. He's doing the design production, I guess.
Yeah, design production. But it's Matt's ideas and
Jeff.
Jeff's ideas. And I think it was the same for the other teams where it's the principal and they're called the project manager, but it's an architect. They're doing the big design ideas and other people are implementing those.
But I gotta say this, only from my experience on other projects, is, as you can tell, Jeff is he's been in the business for a while. He'll still get out the tracing paper and draw something up, and then take a picture of it and have it in a presentation.
Yeah.
Just to get an idea across without putting up, having the CAD done. So,
Right.
So he is actually, he puts pencil to paper.
Yeah, yeah. Other thoughts?
I had a couple points that they emphasize their team importance, which we're not comparing, we're just talking about them right now.
Yeah.
So team importance, humility. I like the fact that they talked a lot about community engagement, and I'm probably summarizing it not word for word, but my summary was that they listen, and they kind of seemed like they don't know best. They want to hear feedback, and they thrive. It sounded like they thrived off of the community feedback, and that's how they want to start their projects and work on their projects. And Matt talked about their workshop. I'm going to call it a workshop process for their design once they get into the due diligence, and he's got the 24 points. That's a lot how I run my projects too, so I can appreciate that. And to me, that is different than your typical design process. So I like the fact that they've developed something on their own that works and that they've found successful as well. And then the collaboration that they've talked about with the Lexington boards. I mean, that's not easy.
Especially in Lexington. Because there's, with the historical
Right,
commission,
historical,
not,
right.
for no other reason other than, my church is right off of Lexington, right off Mass Ave by the Minuteman statue. And so everything you do in Lexington is very difficult to make changes and, with the historical commission, so.
Yeah.
Sort of in addition to what you were just saying, this is fairly obvious, but they said several times they use their knowledge as a resource, which I think that as opposed to telling us exactly how to do things.
I liked Matt Salad a lot. I felt like he's the kind of guy that has real hands-on experience rather than just paper knowledge. He looks to me like a hands-on guy. Come out in the field, show you, talk to you, what do you think? Here's what I think, but you'd rather have that? We can do that. I felt like I could work with him.
Larry?
Yeah, I've been stressing the people, their skills and the roles that they're put in. And so Tecton Matt has the same title as Emily at Context. They're both project managers. In Context, they have a senior project manager, so I'm not quite sure what that meant. And then they also have a principal in charge. And their CEO is on the team too. But here was very clear. He was a consummate project manager.
Yeah.
He was you could tell that he was on top of his game, and that he had a good working relationship with Jeff. So if he could be put on Context, I'd say, yeah, let's do that.
But we're not comparing yet, right?
No,
We're still
but
just
this
kind
is
of
my comment.
debriefing
This is my comment.
on.
I'm just saying where I think there are strengths and weaknesses. The other thing about making a change, again, because fee is not part of this conversation, which is insane to me, because this was all to benefit the taxpayers of Massachusetts. I don't understand the concept, but put that aside. We're going to get another group of professionals to question our basic assumptions, and that's not a bad thing. It really is not a bad thing to do, because if we want to get what we need, but we don't want to get any more, we don't want to pay any more. And now that we have a project that we're really going to do, we're going to dig deep into those initial assumptions, because as they said, they have to, all the initial assumptions are going to be what drives the project. So they can't just take what's given to them and say, okay, we're just going to design it from there. They have to go, and we're going to spend some time and spend some money. But if the fee is the same of Context or whatever firm A, firm B, we're going to get more by having a new set of eyes with new experiences, evaluate decisions that we've made at the very beginning. And I think that's actually a good thing. So I thought that they were very credible.
Plus, if you can get a whole design using essentially a team of 3 versus a team of 4 or 5.
Well, they didn't bring as many of the consultants as Context brought a lot of
I get the consultants part, but they also had Emily in there, and then they have another person in there, so it's like 4.
It wasn't as clean.
Exactly.
I think that they were trying to, I don't know what they were trying to do, but they were trying to make sure they had everything covered, so they just they put a lot of stuff in it. But it's not that big of a project, it's not that complicated a project, and this was a streamlined, but this is the approach that works for them, this is how they do it. Where they have, they have a lot of experience, so.
Well, plus if you have fewer people on the team, it seems to me you're gonna have better hours spent rather than carrying more people and the overhead associated with them. Even though the fee, you're gonna get more actual hours on the job versus money spent to support people.
But I will say, in their proposal, they had 7 internal people on the team.
Yeah.
So it's just that they didn't present them all.
Yeah, they weren't all, I mean, there's going to be multiple project architects, and there's a project designer, and there'll be other people. They just chose to keep it simpler for the interview.
Yeah. I want to say, I actually didn't weigh in on KBA, and I think somebody said this, but I was concerned that they didn't have any consultants at the table, because I do think there are consultants that are critical to the process, and you saw the other 2 teams brought those people in. So I was concerned about that. You know, this is really picky, but when I think about all the community engagement, Brian was so hard for me to hear. I was like, how's he going to do community engagement if nobody can hear him? For Tecton, I mean, I think their energy was excellent, their ideas, all of that. One picky little thing is I did not see a schedule up there, but I have already communicated to Mike and Steve, any negotiation needs to have schedule in the contract because we are on a firm schedule. So that can be handled at any negotiation stage. So.
But I would have liked to have seen it in the presentation. Because
Yeah.
the other two, even with KBA,
yeah.
the schedule wasn't great,
But
it,
it
you
was
know,
there.
but it was there.
It was there.
And I think that is important, I think, is you know, it just, yeah, that would be my
They had a
concern.
project roadmap, but it didn't have months and
Wasn't-
dates and
Exactly,
stuff.
exactly.
But
It wasn't the
they've
type
got
of
the funding
schedule.
approved,
Yeah.
right?
And I need to know, they know things have to go out in time to get bids in April for a town meeting in May. I need to know.
Right.
Context had a very good schedule.
Yeah,
they
Really
had
good
it.
schedule,
did.
yeah.
Do we
I
think the
thought-
distance to the Tecton office plays any role? Like, we
So-
need you to come for a meeting, oh, boy, I can't tonight, it's so far.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
can I just say, I live next to Bloomfield. Like, I've driven by the Bloomfield Fire Station. I grew up there.
Huh.
It is 90 minutes door to door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's an easy 90 minutes. You don't need to take back roads. You're on the really boring Mass Pike, really boring 84, but it is 90 minutes.
Yeah.
My mother still is 5 minutes from basically where they are. And I go down once a week to visit
So
with her.
not a concern.
It's not
To
a
me,
concern.
it's
I
not.
think
I mean,
the
I've
time
done
of
this,
day-
I've been doing this, and you too, right?
Yeah,
Connecticut's
yeah.
not. I've been doing this ride to Connecticut. It's, I mean, if you think about 90 minutes, half the time when I go to visit my daughter in Brighton, I'm on the road for a solid hour.
Yeah.
Right? No matter what
Right.
time of day.
Sure.
It takes me an hour to get to Calm Ave in Brighton, so.
I wonder, could we do, as an idea, a straw poll and knock one out so we have two?
That's what I was just gonna ask, say the
Before
same
we
thing.
do that, I would love to hear the
I would
chief's
too.
input on all three.
Yeah.
All three are excellent firms, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chosen to be here tonight. So, that being said, I am familiar with projects from each and every single one of them, and they've all done projects that I like. And sitting and listening to them, it was all the same, right? Team, they all touched upon team. They all touched upon community engagement. They all talked about the finances and the sustainability. And I guess when it comes down to it, who provided the most depth and who provided the most clarity? And to me, going through it, I really felt that Tecton provided that and provided the energy and the answers that we were looking for. But I do have to agree, like, we would need some, we need them to know about the schedule. We need them to be able to provide us that they can meet that schedule. That was a concern. You're right, they had the roadmap, but everyone else did really put the
Actual
months
schedule.
there. KBA, I did like what they said, you know, and Tecton said it as well. We don't have a style. There is no style. We want to hear from you. We want the input from you. We want to know what is your style. What are you looking for? So it was nice to hear them say that. I just didn't get the same feeling from them that I got from the last group there, and it comes down to, you know, for me, I could work with any of them, right? I legit could. I know their projects. I've been in a lot of the stations that they're talking about. I have been in, and some of them I've even had to work and respond out of. They do good work. I guess really what it's going to come down to is it's your money. Like, for the answers that you live here, for the answers that they gave. Who gave you the answers that you're looking for to move forward? Who gave you the answers that made you feel like this is for Boxborough? I can tell you, like, I can work with, they were all for a fire department. They're all 100% behind firefighter wellness, firefighter safety, and improving the living conditions for my firefighters. I don't have that question. I guess I'm asking the question back to you. Who did you feel is the best fit for this community? Who gave you the answers that made you feel like they're the best fit for this community. They're going to provide the community with the sustainability, the finances, and what you're looking for moving forward. I really liked the fact that Tecton was the only prepo there. For me, it said a vision for the future. You know, we're not building for today. We're building for a very long time out, so that you're not spending money again in the near future trying to make things
Not
better.
just
So
money, but the process.
So again, context does bring a history. It's definitely a pro for them. Again, my top two would have been, and not in this order per se, just saying we're done by, let's say, went context and then Tecton were in my top two. But coming out of it, I like the projects that both have done. Alan, you just said about the ride. Look no further than right next door in Acton. It apparently was not an issue for them coming this far out to be right next door, or Lexington even, right? So, I'm good with. I hate to put it back on you, but again, this is your money in your town per se, and you know what's best fit. I can work with any of these people. 100% can work with any of them. I think that based on what you heard tonight, I'm willing to go with the judgment of this committee.
Thank you.
I just follow up with that. When you negotiate with whomever, can you negotiate things other than money, and like to clarify the schedule thing that we might have some concern about?
Absolutely. So Steve and I have talked about that at length, and certainly we're going to be talking about scope of project, what's the meeting inclusion, what's the inclusion of consultants, how often are we going to see them? As Mary mentioned, the timeline, we have a hard schedule. How do you fit your schedule within this? And it'll go in the contract. Yeah, there'll be a lot of things discussed and negotiated in addition to price.
Yeah, we don't want just a single number. We want the detailed breakdown. Obviously, it's got to fit within our cap. And again, we've said it a million times. They got to say they'll be ready for the schedule, not the day of the town meeting.
Correct.
But in arrears to be ready for warrants and the like.
Right. One talked about that. I think it was context. Enough time to bring it to the community and do the work ahead of time. KBA's schedule had it like into May, and that made me nervous. And then Tecton didn't have the schedule, so yeah.
I'd like to echo what Larry said, and I was just going to say that too. Can we agree to knock one out and discuss two?
I'm going to change our language a little bit. We need to rank them, because if the negotiations with one doesn't work out, we'll go to two. If it doesn't work out with two, we would go to three. So let's talk about who we think should be third rather than knocked out.
Right.
KBA.
Yeah, I have to agree.
For me.
KBA.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
You need a motion?
I don't think, I think at the end we can take a motion for 1, 2, and 3.
So this is what I set up just for, because we do need to record it, just essentially filling in who's your number 1, who's your number 2, who's your number 3. And, you may agree all to the same, or it may be different. But we do need to have that document in the file.
Okay.
So if you're saying that KBA gets number 3 all the way down, then I can fill that in.
I think so. We all agreed to that.
I agree to that as well. Okay, so that leaves us to talk about context and Tecton.
So I didn't mention Tecton. I didn't put any comments there, so I want to start there. I really did like, they were very cost focused, which I thought was good. I liked when you talked to them about the stakeholders, they were very specific in talking about boards and commissions, and then specific even further conservation.
They even said facilities. They even said facilities. So
Yeah.
when they're gone, they even spoke about the people who are going to be left to have to take care of everything they had done, which I was impressed with.
So I did like that. I thought that was important. I will say I've been in both. I've spent a great deal of time in the Lexington Police Department. It's a beautiful building. It is, when he says outside our range, I'm a little concerned. I mean, I don't know, and I guess because I don't know much about, the buildings are absolutely gorgeous. But I have people who live in Lexington are like, it was.
Yeah, but Munson, Mass, so I grew up right next to
Right,
Munson, Mass,
right.
teeny tiny town, no money. Bloomfield, tiny.
I know.
Like, I think
And
they can design
I just,
a
yeah,
range.
I need to
Yeah.
wrap my head around they can go both ways, because
Yeah.
if you go through Lexington, you're just like, you hear people say the Taj Mahal, that's how they
Yeah.
refer to these two buildings.
Yeah.
But yes, you're right, they have the other side of it, but that does concern me.
Yeah,
From a cost
absolutely,
standpoint.
absolutely.
But I did think I
And-
thought they were pretty good.
And it probably would require work on our part to not get sucked into
Yeah.
the amenities, the additionals,
Because I mean, they're beautiful buildings, you walk in, you'd be like, oh, if we had all the money in the world, this would be the fire station.
But a lot of that has to do is where it's located too. Right, it's
Yeah.
big, beautiful downtown historical city, millions of people
Yeah.
are gonna walk by it during the
First thing you see when you get
reenactments
in.
and stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
The one thing, I know that Larry thought another set of eyes was a good thing. We've been through this programming twice, so that to me, I mean, it's, another set of eyes is not a bad thing. So I don't consider that to be a strike, but I also, in my mind, we've already done the programming twice. We've had two different engineering look at the programming and the needs. So that's not a bonus for me. That's okay, not necessarily strike, although I'm a little concerned about catch up on that on the timing, because we don't have a schedule. So, doing that does concern me, because we have to be honest, Context is already, knows the community, knows the project, knows the property. So I weigh that a little bit. Because I don't, we didn't get a schedule from Tecton, so I mean, how long is it gonna take them to get up to speed on
Set
that?
context aside for a minute, the other two said something about that site that I don't ever remember context saying, and that was the stuff about the traffic, where they said you need access for your bays directly to 111, and on their diagrams, they show 3 access points to 111. One of them was ridiculous, the way it went all the way around the site, but the point of it was, context I don't ever remember them
Well,
mentioning.
we didn't ask them to do that.
Remember that Context never designed for that site.
Yeah.
They
Sure.
took the 72 Stowe Road and popped it on there. There was talk about if you cut onto Mass Ave, you now involve Mass DOT, there's cost and time. So there was some talk about that, but I don't think it's off the table, but they didn't raise it in today's
But we didn't
presentation.
ask them to do that either,
Can
right?
we ask the chief, what do you think, chief? Are you happy with the single point of access on Sarah's Way down to 111?
No.
Okay.
That's what I've said it though before, like, it's really hard to, like, I plan on bringing it up and we're gonna discuss it. We brought it up a bunch of times when we were talking about other sites on Mass Ave.
Yeah.
It's gonna have to be looked at and that's when I was saying about when you look at Sarah's Way and you look at the grade moving down, obviously it gets progressively worse. So what can be done when you're looking at the road, say to the right into the property?
Yeah.
What can be done to widen it? What can be done to make it better accessible? Because again, like we said it, I think when we were talking about 700 maybe, that was one of the major turnoffs was
Right.
Yeah.
the opposing traffic coming at one
Yeah.
another. So
Right.
it's definitely something that's gonna have to be looked at and addressed and figured out, ways. We never received any drawings for that site. We never talked about how anything would be laid out on that site, so it was really, we haven't had a chance to talk about it at all. So it's definitely, once we get into that phase and start discussing that, it's right at the top of my list of things that I wanna hear. Where are the alternatives? What are the alternatives for getting in and around?
But that also doesn't mean, because it wasn't brought up by Context, it doesn't mean that you can't have these conversations and say, or they haven't thought about it. We didn't ask them to do any of that.
And they weren't involved a lot going through at the end because they were gone, right? So we never had the opportunity, we never had the opportunities to have any of those discussions.
But there was talk, well, maybe, I don't know if it was with them, that we would have to do work on Sarah's Way.
Oh, yeah.
At a minimum.
Right, there was also the civil engineer from McPhail, I think it was Scott Turner, actually presented what would have to happen to get onto Mass Ave directly with that grade.
Yeah.
And he discussed that with context with Jeff, and you know, and we just didn't get to that point of designing which way the building was gonna go with them.
And to be clear, the first time, 400 years ago, when we first looked at that property, aside from the fact that Larry White was in the middle of trying to put together some housing on there, so we really, you know, the town, I think the committee felt like, you know, here's a developer, we're not gonna, one of the issues was access to 111, because that meant blasting because of the big rock, as one of them referred to. So we sort of, you know, we did put that aside because of the access, because I think at the time we'd even discussed coming out on Sarah's Way. That wasn't even something that we envisioned. So that was a concern, whatever, 10 years ago, as to why we, between that and the fact that Larry was actively trying to develop that property, is why we walked away from that. But the ledge was an issue and a concern.
In fairness to context, they, at 72 Stowe Road, they clearly had two separate access and egresses for fire equipment and the public, right? So they are aware of that, obviously.
Right. That is true. That is true. Their whole design from the beginning in that location,
Right.
and worked with
But
us
the point
on-
is that they had time, they designed it, right? They had,
Yeah.
like, so we had it for there, for 72, we had it for 700, we never got that for 984, so we never had a chance to
We
look
never
at it and
talked to them
discuss it
about
to
that,
see,
right.
is it an option, is it not an option? We've never gotten to that point.
But even when we were talking about 502, there was that conversation with context about the two entrances and how you could do that. And one of the concerns about 502 is that there was no way to do that. So, I mean, I certainly think it's certainly on their radar, because they've designed to that. For two of our designs, they tried to, so. So to me, that kind of, again, is one of those kind of in the middle check marks for me.
Other thoughts?
I mean, the design work that Context did for this interview was some of the nicest design work they've done since we've been engaged, which is surprising.
Why?
This was.
And I'm not being wise, but like, in what, it
Well, this
surprises you?
Well, it's thoughtful.
Oh,
It's
okay.
nicely done.
Yep.
It was done very quickly, because they only knew they were gonna have an interview a week ago. And so it can be done. But we never got anything that even resembled this when we were engaged with them for, now, you could say, well, we never asked them for it, but.
Stowe Road was.
But I thought Mary
think
said
was
she didn't want, like, I mean, she
Well, no,
didn't
but,
want it,
but
right?
even along the process where we were doing what we were doing, it was this is very nicely done. And so I'm not sure what the message is, but we didn't ask for this, but we got this, and it's very nicely done. And so are they like saying, we gotta get this job? We're gonna invite like everybody, and we're gonna, because they spent time on this.
I
This
think
just
they're,
didn't happen.
in a poker term, they're pot committed. They put a couple years into this, right?
I don't play poker. What does that mean?
It means when you've put enough of your money in the
Okay,
middle,
but you're not
gonna
good,
pull
you're not
out
gonna
now.
fold.
You're
Okay.
gonna-
I just, all right, thank you.
It's interesting though, Maria, to your point where you say that it's on their mind and thinking about it because they said it at other sites, but they just did provide 3 drawings that did not consider it. You know, when they
Sure.
did, you know,
Right.
so,
They didn't- I
so yes,
didn't
they
look enough
considered
to
it when
They
we
do
are-
not.
no,
They
they
do
don't,
not.
they don't
They
consider it
didn't.
in 3 separate drawings of 3 separate studies that they did for how it could be laid out. They never considered.
You
the
know, they addressed some
secondary-
other
Right.
important ideas, but they didn't.
But they
press
didn't
that
put it there,
functional
right.
one.
Before, if we had asked them to do this, we could say, we don't have the money, because it's billable. Now they're doing it as a marketing thing. They're spending their own money to show us. Before, we'd have to pay them to do it, and we didn't have a way to do it.
I mean, they didn't do the nice drawing, but they did the layout on 72 Stowe Road. You know, they certainly didn't have the rendition, and, you know, I think the buildings, I will say, I do like the designs of all 3 of those buildings.
I'm sorry?
I like the design of all 3 of them, although
Yeah,
the
no,
second
I
one
love
looks a
the-
little bit
yeah,
like a Crate
the
and
look
Barrel
is nice.
restaurant, but
Yeah.
putting that aside.
No, they
Crack
invoked
it,
a number
yeah.
of issues that
Crate and Barrel.
are going to be part of a discussion at some point in time, but it
I
was
think the first one.
thoughtfully done.
Yeah, me too.
As part of my homework, I went back to all 3 of the proposals, And one of the things I looked at was green design, which they all have. They all have lead, a couple of them context, and I think, actually, I think it was KBA who talked about designing toward that, but not paying for it, which I think is where we want to go. But I then also looked at the design examples they gave, and my favorites were context.
Yes, me too.
They were just the most attractive. My least favorite was KDA. They were the most modern. I don't go for modern, but I think all three of them said in their proposals and in their presentations that they would design to our aesthetic. But I did.
But they've proven they can.
Right, from
by doing
real
that.
examples that they've done, I had a stronger preference for context.
I think overall context, but I think Tecton also showed that they could.
Yep.
They didn't have those, I mean, a couple of these architects that presented were all, not tonight, but that gave us the packages were very, this was all one design, you could tell.
Right.
Every building was the same, they just used different materials on the outside.
That's right.
so.
You're right. In my review, all three of them had variations.
Right.
And so I liked seeing that because then I believe that they will design to what we're interested in.
Or that they can.
And that they
Yeah.
can.
And I will say, overall, I preferred context designs on their different stations. Just, you know,
I have a question about process to Steve. So we published funds for design services as part of the warrant. So that's public knowledge, right? And that was generated from context. And we never got backup from them. They just gave us a number. So it was never broken out in any way.
Well, Steve got back up.
Yeah, no, if their fee,
Well, their fee and all the consultants' fees,
Yeah.
it was all broken down?
yeah,
Okay, so that was not public, that wasn't shared with the committee.
that was, they provided that.
Okay.
So we could go through
So,
it.
I would suspect that hypothetically that we select context, that's the fee.
It's not gonna be the 2.7 though. It's
No.
only part of that.
Because it never was.
No, but for the work that we're engaging with now,
Yeah,
that they put together, would you expect that would be, I mean, in your experience?
I gotta think, because he attended the last meeting, that he's gonna get a haircut.
I mean, we were very clear at the last meeting, and he watched it, and I think the Tecton also mentioned they listened to it. So I don't think that there's an expectation that whoever comes in gets to hit that number. And that's part of the negotiations.
Yeah.
I have to say, Larry, you've mentioned a couple times they came in with everybody. I actually didn't find that to be a problem, and I didn't
I
feel
liked
like
it.
that. I did too. I also liked there was a little diversity on that side of the table.
Yeah, that was.
I'm going to say this, and
Yeah.
I mean this. You know, there was
I agree.
two groups that were 5 white old guys.
And they talked about that
and
in
at least
their-
there was women with contacts.
They talked about that, minorities and women in their
But
proposal.
but at least they came in, it was visual, it was there. There was 2 women that
Agreed.
sound like they're gonna be very involved in the project. So, to me, I think that wasn't a deterrent for me that they came in with everybody.
Plus, we also, I think, Larry, you actually had mentioned last time when we met, like, I mean, they better come with all their.
That is true, the teams.
The entire team, and they do the presentation, and it's not be the principal person, right? So they probably listen to it too.
And Steve, did
so.
you mention that to them?
We want-
Did you stress the team, because we had talked about that last time?
The team, but if they were to bring someone from every single one of their consultant
No,
firms,
I understand that.
we would have
No.
needed 20
No,
chairs.
I understand that.
So-
I'm just-
So they would, because we go through it too. I mean,
Yeah.
it's, for the opium, how many people do we bring?
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
You know.
But you did stress that to them, right?
But you told
But we
them that
wanted
the
to
team-
see, we wanted to see the team that was gonna be assigned to the project.
So in that respect, having everyone at the table didn't bother me, because that's what we had asked them to do. Which tells me they listened, so.
I mean, generally speaking, designers bring 1, maybe 2 sub-consultants. So they brought 3 this time, and they participated. Context. That was more people than I expected. but I don't think it was a detriment.
No, I don't think so either.
I was also looking at who participated and how they participated. So for context, they all participated and like calling around and for Tecton, I thought there was a really nice flow between Matt and Jeff because I didn't feel that with KVA. It was too strong with the principal, the lead, Brian. But they included the gentleman who sat here who was the MEP, that less for the Fuss and O'Neill person, although I really respect that he came. And with Scott not available.
Representing somebody else. We ran out of time on him too.
We did run out of time on him
think
for
they-
his question.
Yeah, I think they were gonna have more questions for the civil engineer,
Right.
but they said kind of wrap it up so they can do their closing.
I thought it was
And
kind
he
of
was
odd
also-
that none of the teams that came seemed to have a clock running. They were, and all of a sudden, oh my God, we're out of time. Well,
Yeah.
couldn't you see on your desk that you're out of time? And if
Yeah.
you want the guy from Fuss and O'Neill to talk, you have to shut up and give him 2 minutes.
Yeah.
But I do think part of it was they started talking about their projects, and they were all passionate. Even KBA, and we don't, you know, we ranked them number 3. They were all very passionate about their projects, and you know, at one point I almost was like, you guys need to move this story along because you know you're on a time. But you could tell that every group was very passionate. I did like the flow of the team with context. I liked that it was very simple. They all clearly had worked together for a while, even the consultants. So I did like that across the table. I felt that.
I thought that was really impressive. It was almost one person started talking when the other finished the sentence. There was no gap. They had that down. They had their. I think they had the best proposal. They had the best paperwork that they gave us tonight, and they had the best presentation. That doesn't mean they're the best architect for us.
They put a lot of effort into all three.
It was very impressive.
And they practiced their presentation.
Yes,
it was very well done.
Which
Agreed.
I valued that they did not think this is in the bag.
Right, they worked for it.
They did. They worked for it. They stepped up to it.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that was important.
I gotta say too that context presentation to us felt very tailored. I mean, I know they have the history, but it was very tailored to our project specifically. Tecton, I thought, also did a very nice job tailoring the bits that they knew about us and pulling that out from their experience and explaining that to us. There were sometimes they would fit something in that I was like, that's not Foxborough. I think they had said that we had volunteer firefighters.
Yeah.
And I was like, close, but you didn't make it there to the.
Isn't context the only one? Maybe that's because we led them there originally. They gave thought to the idea that there's going to be firefighters that have to use that station, but they don't live there. They're the on-call ones, right?
Yeah.
They need lockers, they need space, they might have to come there when the other firefighters, they're the only ones that thought about, we have to design for that.
And you know, I think there's so much information on the website.
Yeah.
If I were pulling together a presentation, or even when I meet with a vendor, you know, I do a whole Google search on the vendor. So you know, if you're going to sell me something, I need to know who you are.
Yeah.
So it's not hard to get the information on our project and the details. I will say, I'm looking at Tecton's rendering that does not have a second entrance. It's got the one entrance.
Oh.
So it was only
KBA?
KBA that did that. Now, he did say,
Yes.
I drove by and I would immediately make changes. I know the changes I would make, but they did not talk
But he
about.
didn't say what that change was.
No, he did not say. But I just happened to flip to this, and
That's true.
it
Is
is
that the one
only.
that has pros and cons?
It has pros and
Yeah.
cons, and good site circulation.
The idea that it
Building address
faces the
Mass Ave.
neighbors or something? The
You know,
neighbors
those are all
business.
pros.
But con is app bays do not exit to Mass.
Mass Ave.
Right,
Yeah.
directly
Yeah.
to Mass Ave.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is one of the cons. So.
Would we assume that whatever company is going to build a new website for us, as opposed to continuing? Because KBA was the only one, they said they would build a website for us.
Yes.
Yeah.
For
But
what though?
would we start a new website?
Well, so on the school project, they had a website that was all the project updates. And so, they might put out, here are the designs we're thinking about. So I don't think they're gonna look to recreate what we've done, but I think I took it as a community engagement tool because they talked about it there. And so they'd be sharing information. During construction, I remember there were weekly updates, so people would know when is blasting happening, when is this happening, when is that happening, so people could be ready. So I think it was that, not to redo our
Right, so that maybe it's a link off.
Right.
Because if you look at, like, Mac, even with the school project, they're trying to do the AB Forward, right? They have, AB Forward has its own website, and it's a link off the school committee's website, but it's not, because you almost get, school committee's got a lot of stuff, right? We have a
Right,
lot of
you
stuff
can
on
get lost
on
in
our town website, so if it's a link off, then that just, it's very project focused.
Yeah, I think it would have to be an independent website, linked off from ours.
Right.
Because we don't have a communications officer.
Yeah.
And, and Kelly has been doing an absolute phenomenal job with what we've got. But once we get to construction, it's gonna be going fast and furious, and we're not gonna have anybody that's gonna be able to keep up with the pictures, the weekly updates, all that stuff.
Yeah,
So I think
and
we
the
need,
communication team
whichever
can't do it.
firm it is,
Like,
I think they need to take that on
Yep.
for us with a link from our website.
And that would be part of a contract negotiation? Yes, no?
Yeah.
Kind of?
It was offered by KBA as something they said that they would do.
Yeah.
We didn't ask for it from anybody
No,
else.
we didn't.
So it
And-
would be a cost.
Yeah, because even with
But-
their
And then there'd be a
discussion.
cost to maintain. Now, what I was gonna say is, I've seen it done as a separate link off of a school committee's or school building committee's website, especially on the larger schools and stuff. But we've also done, not weekly, but monthly construction updates on the building committee's websites for other projects. And I put that together, I send it to whoever from the town, and they just upload it to the page, and you can follow it that way. So there's a number of different ways you can do it. KBA offered it as something that
Yes.
they
The other two
Maybe
did not.
you
would
could just
do.
put it on your list to ask them.
But
what
they,
would
but
do.
it's not, when I say offered, it would be in part of it, it'd be in their fee.
Right, right.
If we said, no, you don't need that, I would expect the fee would go down, because they wouldn't have to dedicate someone to it.
Don't you think a lot of the important milestones along the way are going to get a nice paragraph and a lot of times a picture in the Boxborough News? Don't you
Yes,
think?
I do,
We
because
hope
the
so.
Foxborough News is amazing. I think, honestly,
Good job,
for the
Alan.
school, it was in construction phase. And if we really think we need that, then we might negotiate it for that phase. It wasn't in the design phase. So I think we could think about it and see what we need. But the other thing they did do was they did it was like a slide deck almost, but PDF'd, and that could just go up. It could be on their site, but it could be on our site.
And with the school, the contractor had a drone
Yeah.
that took pictures.
That was
So
awesome.
every week you could see how it was.
There will be, when we get into construction, hopefully again, there will be tens of thousands of photographs, because we'll have someone taking photographs every day. The contractor will. There'll be various daily reports that can be, that'll be web-based. There'll be a ton of photos from day one to ribbon
So that
cutting.
doesn't help us choose.
No, that doesn't help. So great.
Because
So
it
we're
was
back to zero
KBA,
on that one.
KBA.
Sorry.
So, so both Context and Tecton are strong. We could each give our 1-2 rankings and see where we are. We can talk more. I don't know.
So, give me the history of comments made to Context on certain issues that we were not happy with. At some point, wasn't there some discussion about team dynamics that were less than we were expecting?
I would have a private conversation with any consultant or any designer or any vendor or anyone we hire, and I would expect that somebody that we're working with for a couple of years, I would probably have a private conversation with them. And I would expect those conversations to remain private.
But to your question, I think context has been responsive to feedback. I think by bringing in Chris Logan as the primary point of contact, that is a clear indication of being responsive. You know, I know that Emily's title is equivalent to Matt's title, but I think Matt's role is equivalent to Chris Logan's
Right.
role.
Yeah, I agree.
Me too.
Yep.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
Because every firm has different titles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes it'll be a job captain, you know, project manager, architect, designer.
So
I
do
think
you
they
want us
explained
to-
what their roles are pretty clearly.
Yeah, but, okay, I mean, this is uncomfortable, but you just have to read the words of what each individual's gonna do, and so Chris will lead the project team, Emily will emphasis on overall design and community engagement, attend all project meetings. So just understand what everybody's gonna do, and if that's, I'm not gonna say anything.
But Chris is leading all project meetings.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Also
To
says
listen,
leads.
Chris is leading.
right,
They'll have 2 people at a meeting.
She attends, he
Say again?
leads.
They'll have 2 people at a meeting.
right,
That's what that
right.
says to me.
And is that,
So Chris will be in the meetings?
It says,
Yes.
leads all meetings, so he'd be leading
They
it.
have.
You know,
They're paying for it.
we need to pare it down to 1, then we will.
But,
so do you want us to go around and talk about our
If
one,
people
twos?
think they're ready, yes, I do, because we have to make a
Yeah,
decision.
we do, and it's getting late. So I'm happy to start.
Okay.
Because this is really, it is a little uncomfortable. But that said, I liked both firms. I liked context presentation and the proposal they gave us. I liked their presentation this evening. I did like that they had all the people at the table. Yes, I had concerns with, you know, maybe a member of the team, and it was really just about organization being prepared for meetings. But I think Chris fixes those concerns for me. I like Tecton, but I'm more comfortable. So my 1-2 would be context of Tecton. All right, someone else talk quick, so nothing on. Because if I'm in charge, we'll just go with this. Like, let's take a vote here.
I'm like,
Priya.
there's only 6 of us, but I couldn't see Priya down there,
Yeah,
sorry.
Priya's down here. Hide
Yeah,
behind me.
okay.
I know, I want to hear Sarah.
Oh, that's fine.
She hasn't said much. So
I've said enough. I am struggling with it because for me, the schedule is really important, and Tecton did not present a schedule. To me, that's like the differentiating factor for the 2 architects. I think they're both very capable. I think that Chris and Matt, I'm gonna say call those 2 out because they would be the 2 that we would be interfacing with and that would be presenting to us, unless Jeff steps in every once in a while. But I felt that leadership was there. They were very well spoken during meetings. I liked Tecton's visuals that they have in their presentation. I thought that those are really well done, and that would help a lot with the community engagement, and we just didn't get to that point with context yet. I feel like I'm trying to like talk and come up with the thing at the same time. Thanks, Priya. And
can I interject? And maybe Larry, you have it open, but I looked at Tecton's proposal. I do not see a schedule.
I looked
it's
for
not
it.
in there. Yeah, I looked for it too.
It's not just tonight's presentation.
Yeah.
I mean, we essentially gave them a schedule generally, so it was part of the RP, but they didn't acknowledge it.
They didn't acknowledge
Yeah.
it. Most of the other 7
Yeah.
acknowledged it and/or had their own
Well,
schedule.
they really gave us some thought.
Yeah, no, they did.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Right.
detailed, it's almost critical path.
Right.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So for me, that's the differentiating piece. It does not bother me working with somebody new or somebody existing. I think, again, they're both very capable, but I don't know if they know the schedule and the pressure that we're under to hit that May meeting, hit the warrant, most importantly, the warrant date for the May meeting. And that's why I would have context 1, 2.
Were they behind in any of their projects?
They said all their projects came in early and on budget.
Early and on budget.
Or maybe
They
not
didn't say
early, I'm
early.
sorry,
They
no,
did
they
not
didn't
say
say,
early.
maybe one is
No.
coming in, maybe the one they're working on is a little early on, but whatever, they're all on budget.
On
Well,
that
they-
one I
Yeah.
remember, they said, but I didn't hear if they said anything
I
about
didn't
the
either.
maybe-
And that's construction. So
That is
right now,
construction.
we're
That's
just,
not
we're just
design.
working
Right.
towards design
People don't usually
and town
talk
meeting.
about design.
Design
Like
timeframe, okay.
timeline,
Yeah.
like being on time.
I think when I rated their quals, I think I have Tecton and Context, I think they're tied. And I waffle between the two of them, partly because I like the idea of fresh eyes and new thinking, but then I also like the idea of we know them already, we know what to expect, they know us. Is that an advantage? Are they gonna do more for us without having to teach them a lot of what they already know if we choose another firm? I like their proposal. I like that they had the full team. The full team seems to be a team and not just acting to be a team. And so for that reason, I'm going to choose Context as number 1 and Tecton as number 2.
As Steve knows, when I submitted my information from the 8, I ranked them both number 1, 2. I was just thinking of something that Matt said that maybe I misunderstood this story, so you can help me out. He said that a couple weeks ago or a month ago, he went down to Connecticut and he told them, this is what you need, and they pushed back
Yeah,
and
East
said,
Hartford said, this is not East Hartford. Oh, that was the other thing.
this
Yeah,
is
yeah,
not
go ahead.
what we want, and so we listened, but he made a big speech about saying that they listened to everybody, and then he told the story that he just said that this is what you need when he went down there.
I think that was when they went back, though, after listening.
But they went back and then they listened and they accepted.
They went back with the
Yes.
design, incorporating everything that they listened to, and then delivered
But it
what
is,
they felt.
but there was some first step where they
Didn't do
designed
that.
something either with no input or didn't
Right,
listen,
right.
and
Oh,
East Hartford
That's
trashed
his
it
point was that he made it specific to the code.
to the
Yes.
code.
This is
Right.
what you
Right.
need to
Yes.
be code compliant, was
Right.
the,
That's
was
what
the
it was.
gist of the
But
story.
making a
yeah.
big point about listening, and then it sounds like he didn't listen that, and
Because
that
can't you make
first
it,
time.
can't you make it to the code and to what you want for a design?
Yeah,
I mean,
that-
if we say we want a block building that looks like a prison,
So-
they can design to code, right, and make it look ugly.
I guess
mean,
what he
that's,
was just
you know.
trying to say, he was, and I don't know if he was talking about the design, he was just saying that here's a building that's 100% to code for every code you have to follow, and that their feedback was, we don't do that here.
But
So
what
then
does
they
that
came,
mean?
like, that
They don't
means-
do code there?
Right?
And
They
this
don't do
Jeff-
certain things, like NFPA, he's talking about a different state, but NFPA, depending on where you are, some places you have to follow it, other places there's flexibility. And that's the thing, it all depends on how your state has adopted and recognizes it and does things about it. So that's kind of how I took it, was because there are places that are like that, and it depends on the code too, you know?
But
So
Jeff
I-
said nobody wants wants a building to code, and that alarmed me a little
me
bit,
too,
because
and-
I think we want it as much to code as it can be, but maybe I'm naive.
And we've spent a lot of time with the public saying,
I know.
this is one of the, but it is important. There's a code set up, there are standards set up. And I didn't like that. It almost was like, they're like, you know, if you don't really do it in your town, we'll make it work. Well, I don't know what that means, like.
Yeah.
I took it as like code is minimum standard. They don't do it to that standard. They might do it to something else, like a higher standard, or like their operational needs are slightly different than what the
I
code.
didn't take it
That's
that
how-
way at
That's how
all.
I interpreted it.
I think his point more was that we get feedback and we listen to the feedback, not the
That too.
details
Yeah.
of what it was.
Yeah,
That's what I took
he
it
was
as.
trying
And then
to
we
get
went
to,
back
but
and we redesigned
yeah.
everything, and
Yeah.
then we're going forward.
Because here in Massachusetts, we don't have any choice.
Yeah.
We have
Right.
to build it to the fire code, the building code,
Right, but
and
the
every other
again,
code
codes are
and
minimum
local bylaw.
standards.
Exactly.
So if there's like,
Yeah, they
if
could
they
be
do
over,
something
above.
Yeah.
that,
I didn't
that's what
think
they
of that.
would.
Okay.
ask
You're
for.
very open-minded.
Yeah, that is very open-minded. That's not how I took it either.
That's not how I took it.
And I
just
actually,
took it the way
I
you
wasn't
did, that they
surprised that
listened
East
and
Hartford
came
blew
back with
away the
something.
code. I know, when they said that, I was like, well, that's not a great example for those of us from Connecticut.
Yeah.
The other thing I was add, I've had the benefit of every Wednesday being with Jeff, at least online, as we have these working group meetings, and I just found him very good to work with and professional, and would come back with anything he was asked, he did. And for a while, Emily was at those meetings, and she hasn't been in the last, I don't know, 6 months or so, but for the first year, she was at all those meetings also. And there were times, I remember, Mike, you looked at the part of the 1300 land on the other side of the brook there, and you called and said, could you fit the 72 Stowe Road on there? And that afternoon, she had a layout. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they've really done the job. And even though I'm struggling with this, I guess I would still have context as my number one.
Okay, I guess it's my turn. I think I liked context. I liked Chris seemed to have a lot of knowledge. I liked Bree. She was very, she seemed very knowledgeable, and so did David. And they all had their piece that they were able to communicate. And I definitely liked their schedule. And they had even breakdowns of that. Those were all awesome. With Tecton, I liked their energy. And really, he had the cost and the priorities, and really breaking it down, showing it to people. I think that's something that we can at least kind of learn from them, even if I don't know who we are going to go with, depending upon how the negotiations go. But I think that's a good thing for us to learn and put that, right? Even visuals, the visuals are really nice to see. So from that, and also their sustainability. Both of them had good sustainable things, but obviously they had the money. They did for Lexington, so they had the money to do whatever they wanted to do to the extent. So that was very exciting about Tecton. So hearing all of you, and hearing Sarah, I consider you guys have a lot of expertise in this, so I'm taking some from your input too, and Mac, based on what you guys are doing from your Wednesday communication group. So I'm going to go with my rating, context number 1 and Tecton number 2. And it's funny that that was my number 1 and 2 even prior. So.
You feel the eyes burning? Am I the last one?
Yes. Oh, Alan, did you? I was
Yeah.
looking
Yeah,
at.
Alan
oh,
went.
You did. So,
Yeah.
and there's me. So if you want.
Well, it's not necessary to even complete this, but
No,
it's important.
Yeah.
It's important.
why do you think so?
Because I think that, we don't all need to, maybe the final vote it'd be great if we could be unanimous, but, you know, you bring a lot to the table too, so I do think it's important that all the opinions are put on the table and we hear everyone out. And, you know, I mean, it's possible you're gonna say something that changes somebody's mind, I don't know. But I think it's important that we're all heard.
I was kind of hoping you would go first, actually.
No, you heard my comments. I spent time reading both proposals in depth. I think that Tecton has enormous depth and experience. The people that they brought to the table have enormous experience. It's their specialty. Their consultants are exceptional. And I'm not swayed by things like not showing the schedule. Time is money. They're gonna go as fast as they can go. As fast as we can respond, that's how fast they wanna go. These are not that complicated of buildings. It's really the process that takes time. We're gonna slow them down. They wanna go as fast as they can go. So that they didn't spend time on a schedule, I don't care. That they didn't bring a balance of personalities, I don't care. But I look at what they've done, and I look at the experience of the people, and I also compare that to what we've already seen. And I think that Jeff and his team have done an adequate job. I just think that they're a notch above.
So Tecton 1, Context 2. Yeah, okay. You know, I think this is, clearly this is a very difficult decision. I think we're not going to lose in this process, you know, because there still is the stage of negotiation. I think Context, you know, like I said earlier, they did not treat this as this was their job. They worked for it. They put together a very strong proposal. They put together a very strong presentation. My guess is they practiced their presentation with the handoffs and that kind of thing, that they did really well. I really like the designs in their book. I like the designs they showed tonight. I like their attention to cost, schedule. On their schedule, they had VE detailed at every stage. Their sustainability, their awareness of the budget. I think Tecton, I love their energy. I think they are truly really strong team. They bring also the energy, you know, and sustainability piece. They have the expertise, you know, for fire stations, their team. I really did like Matt's confidence, and I feel like I could work really, really well with him. I am very tempted. My biggest struggle is I'm tempted with the new eyes on it, and, you know, looking at it again versus, wow, we have to do this on a fast schedule. And I agree, we're gonna be the holdup for anybody. And I'm like, oh, if we have to go back to work that's already been done, I'm a little bit concerned about that. And so it's really hard though. If I could, I'd give them a tie, but I think I am going to go Context 1, Tecton, Tecton 2. But boy, really close. Yeah, I think they're both really strong, and they're going to deliver a really good product for us.
Chief, are you okay?
One other thing that's
said, I'll go
kind
with
of-
whatever
okay.
you guys say. I'm fine. I will say that I my rating matched Larry's.
Okay.
For a lot of the same reasons. But again, it's what your community and what you think is the best fit.
I mentioned this last time when we were getting to these three companies, that, and only Context has this information, but I appreciated that in their document, they said that they understood there was an interest here to get this project under $30 million.
But
So-
I'm still going to argue, our information is so
Yeah,
public.
I agree.
Like no other town. As I look for other information, nobody posts all the things they have. Now, granted, do they have the time to go through it all and deal with it? But because it's out there, I bet you could do an AI thing and say, what are the top priorities for Boxborough's fire station? So, yes, Context lived it, and so they knew it, but
Right.
others did have the opportunity.
I thought at the last meeting, when you went through and ranked all of the respondents, that you, Mac, mentioned that you still want to see this project under 30 million.
Yeah.
So I think everybody who was a respondent, should have heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the line of this project needs to start with the number 2, or however he said it. I mean, to me, I was like, all right, there's somebody who's listening, he understands. Hopefully it's not $29,999. That's it.
Exactly.
Better than 34.
It is true. So.
Steve, do you have any comments for us? Any insights that you'd want to share?
I mean, for me, it was really, Context and Tecton. I'm working with both of them now. I've worked with them on other projects. I always say is who you feel comfortable with. I mean, given it's a 45-minute interview, but it's whoever you're going to be, working with for a couple more years. In this case, and that's when you're starting a project from scratch. In this case, Context does have a leg up because they've done the feasibility study, and they can essentially hit the ground running without having to do at least a little bit of a learning process. And I wouldn't begrudge any other, if we hired someone else, they would have to go through that program, and we would lose a little time there. But if that could also be part of the schedule, that they'd have to step it up to go through that. So I'm fine with either one of them. I just don't, our schedule is, because we have to go through this process, we've already lost some time.
Yeah.
Getting to the May town meeting.
Yeah.
So the less time we lose, the better.
So does someone want to make a motion for the ranking of the 3 firms?
Go ahead.
Yeah. One second.
I move that we rank, you want all 3 of them?
Yep.
That we rank the 3 design firms, thank you. It's late, I'm getting tired. Context 1, Tecton 2, and KBA 3.
Second.
Okay. Does anyone want any further discussion before we vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Well, let me
Yep.
clarify. What are we voting?
So we have to do a ranking, because if the
But
negotiation.
that's fact, right? That's what we've just, so I can't argue the fact, but I don't agree with it, so I'm not sure what I'm voting for.
So I do think, I think we should do another motion that, I don't know if we need to do this. Do we need to do a motion that then says that Mike should begin the process of negotiation with Context, or, Context is number 1 choice, providing negotiations?
I think that would be fine, and
You
then
know
if
what I
we
mean?
have to fall back, we know
Right.
we're falling back
Right.
to 2 and 3.
So there would be a second one to follow up with, to proceed with Context. So this is for the ranking, so that's on the record.
Right.
And then the next motion is going to be to proceed with Context and to give Mike,
Right, so this is the formal, I mean, yes, that is there, but this is the formal ranking to have on the record.
That the state requires, right?
I believe it is required.
Well,
But I guess the question is, if everybody votes affirmative, does that mean that the committee endorses unanimously this decision?
Yes.
Oh.
But I can't do it because I.
Right,
So
so
vote-
then
Okay.
you vote nay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and then it's a 6-1 vote.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's 6 ayes and 1 nay. Okay. So yes, if you want to make a second motion about negotiating with firm 1, and if that is not successful, moving to firm 2, if that's not successful, moving to firm 3.
So we don't have the authority to tell you to do it. So what I'm gonna do is make a motion that we ask, TA Mike Johns to, commence negotiation with Context as the number 1, firm on our rating. And should those negotiations not be successful, to move on to the number 2 ranking. That sound good?
What if those aren't successful?
Well, then we're gonna have to,
I mean, you can stop your motion.
I would not be comfortable going to number 3, so I think I would.
I think the motion could be as simple as, you move to begin negotiations with your number 1, and then 2, 3 in that order.
What-
And you
I
don't
can do
necessarily
that
have to name,
It's too late for me to this
Okay.
isn't a hill I'm gonna die on.
Okay.
because we just want to know, is it Steve and I, or does the committee want to decide, do you have a committee member in with us, or is that a future decision?
Do you want that to be part of the?
No, no,
I mean,
no,
it can't
no.
be a future decision.
No,
I think we
in
need to
the
decide
end,
that.
No, we would just
In
want to know,
the
do we
end-
start right away, or is there?
Right. In the end, it is you though, isn't it? Isn't that how the town operates, technically?
Yes.
Okay, so I think the motion should be that, what you said.
Okay.
Mike, the question I have for
Yeah.
you is, do we go to the third
Yes, we will go to the third one. So
Okay.
if unsuccessful with Context number 1, Tecton number 2, then go to number 3, KVA.
Okay.
And then that's it. That's where I'm gonna end this motion. If you want somebody else to
Okay.
sit and we can have that conversation after.
Yeah.
So somebody second.
So, do I have a second on Maria's
Second.
motion? So Priya seconds. Does anyone want to discuss that? Is
I
that
just have a question.
clear motion?
Do we have the authority to do this, or do we have to
We're
ask the
asking
select
him.
board
The
to tell Mike
select
to?
board already gave
No,
us the
that vote,
authority
okay.
to
Okay.
ask Mike.
And that's
to
why the
negotiate.
motion doesn't say we're authorizing
Right.
Mike, because we don't have
Right.
that authority. It's
Right.
asking Mike to proceed with
Right.
negotiations.
Yeah.
And the other thing that the select board requested is before I come back to them with a contract, to give them an update along the way. They want some background on how we got to
Yeah.
the point before they're ready to sign something. Or authorize me to sign something, rather.
All right, so all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so that's unanimous. And then we should discuss, so Steve will be with Mike in the negotiations. Do we want one of us to be involved in those negotiations? And if so, who?
So can I just, you were not involved with the OPM? Why did I think you were?
I emailed them some points and that was it.
Okay.
Yeah, so, because I think I think somebody brought up the point, should somebody else be involved in that? And I think the committee talked about, or maybe they didn't, but anyways.
I brought it up,
Yeah, okay, you brought it up,
and we didn't talk about it.
yeah, and then what happened was, knowing that Sarah's got experience as an OPM, and knowing that Jason, has just gone through the whole process with an OPM and constructed a fire station, I reached out to the two of them. I asked them, email me, your thoughts, concerns, considerations. They each did do that, and then I called them up with follow-up questions on what they sent me.
And let's talk a little bit about this process. So it's not that they would just come with a number. They're gonna come with a whole proposal, right? A bid proposal that's gonna have line items and
It's gonna be by phase.
by what?
It'll be
By
design,
phase, yeah.
by design phase.
Okay,
Yeah.
but you'll see which consultants are involved and the extent to which they're involved, or like
Right,
hours?
they will, with their consultants, they'll get their consultant's proposal. Then they'll put it as backup to their proposal. And we want to see all of those proposals because, like we mentioned, we want to make sure the scope of the engineers isn't reduced where we say, well, we need, let's just use arbitrary, we want them to be at 10 meetings, and in their proposal to contact store, they're only going to 2 meetings. Well, we don't want that. We want full participation.
But to answer something that you just asked, they typically would not provide hours or staffing. It would just be dollars.
Correct.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. And I don't know, I mean, I've seen before where they provide what's called a task analysis, where it shows how they're going to spend the money, who's going to spend the money, at what rates to get there. But my guess is that we're not going to get that.
But we're going to get a rate sheet, but that rate sheet is
It's
only
going to be their hourly rates, which isn't necessarily
It
what gets
doesn't tie
applied to a
in.
project.
Right, right.
But
And
they're also not working on a time and material basis.
Right.
They're speculating
fixed
it's going to take X amount of their team hours to do schematic design.
Yeah.
And as long as we don't keep asking them to redo it, there's a limit. It's not unlimited. We can't say, hey, this.
Well, they'll put those limitations in their contract.
There'll be exclusions,
Yeah, yeah.
And that's another thing we look at is what are they excluding, or what are they putting down as this can be offered as additional services.
Yeah.
'Cause we have a listing of what we want.
I'm confused. Is Sarah and Jason going to be with
No.
you? When you're-
No,
They
this
did
was
it
during
for
the
the
OPM
OPM selection.
negotiation, when we
In
hired
the past.
Vertex.
Okay, but.
Yeah, that's going back a
So
year and a
what
half.
we're asking is, should one of us be, or two of us be at the table negotiating with Mike and
I think we should
Steve?
have one person there. I don't know, is that okay with you?
It's fine, it's fine with me.
I mean, when you say the table, we're not going to be sitting at a
No,
table.
I know. It's.
Just want to make sure everybody.
You're
It's
gonna be
it's
standing?
It's not, we're not going to be going back and forth like
You're
that.
Gonna be standing?
Yes, yes.
Standing room only.
No, I think somebody should, if it was Sarah
That's
or
fine.
Larry or Jason or somebody
I don't know.
else should be.
How would you feel about doing that? Well, that expression you just gave me.
I'm just like worried about the time commitment.
What would the time commitment be?
We don't make you do any outreach stuff.
I would be happy to do it if you're
Yeah, I
uncomfortable
think-
doing it. I've looked at these proposals 1,000 times. I've reviewed engineering proposals for 30 years. That's what I did. So I'm happy to do it, and it'll take some time, but it's not, I know what to look for.
Yeah.
It's not an exorbitant amount of time.
No, it's, you read it,
That's good with me.
So
Do we need a
it's something
motion
you
about that or not?
want to do, I'd
don't think
be
so.
happy to
I don't think
step
I
back.
have the ability to commit the time to it in the time frame that you guys are looking for. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm worried
No.
that I don't think I'll be able to do it.
So
I trust.
I don't think we
I'd be
need a
happy to
motion
have
yet.
you
Yeah.
personally.
I'd be thrilled if you're willing to do it.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Do we need a motion for that? No, right?
I don't
Mike?
think so.
We don't need a
No.
motion.
I
Okay.
know.
Okay. Anything else before we move off of this? Yeah, big.
And do we have a schedule of what we're going to ask them to do for us?
We do. Steve presented a couple of meetings ago with his slide deck.
Yeah.
And it had a 3-page schedule on there. We can,
I mean, we want to have them issued a fully executed contract. I think we had it by the week of May 22nd or something like that, at the latest.
Yeah.
The earlier the better.
But shouldn't we start with proposal review
Yes,
and
and-
then move to a contract?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So
what-
do you have a certain time frame in which they will need to give, the first,
Yeah.
so
And
context
there
will
was
give you.
there was a time frame. I think it was I was giving them 2 weeks.
But in that,
From the
we're going
date
with
of-
context, they've already been through this because they gave us a fee proposal with all the consultants, so they should just call everybody back and say, update it, give it back to me. 'Cause
Right.
Really, because they did it.
Ideally, you'd be right.
Unless he says, can everyone take a little shave off or something, if he's been listening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They should be the
But they should
quickest
be
to
able
be
to
able to
turn it
respond.
around.
Well, we
Right.
were hoping to turn this around by when?
The end of May, the last
Right.
week in May.
Latest.
Executed last week of May.
Right.
So like not, hopefully we get there.
So let me ask this question, and this doesn't need a vote either, but am I authorized to notify at least Context tonight
Yeah.
to start working on his fee proposal?
Yep.
And
Yes.
not,
I think you can notify all of them
Yeah.
of our ranking.
yeah.
Yeah?
Well, I haven't yet, but I was gonna notify the ones that weren't shortlisted.
Ah,
And then I have a sort of a separate format for the ones that we
Okay.
interviewed.
yeah,
Just saying thank you very much for your time and the effort for putting in.
yeah.
Now,
That's why-
Context is the one that also took an exception to the language in the example contract,
That's
right?
right. So you're gonna have to
We'll
talk
look at
about
that,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. All right.
Okay, I'll do that.
Great, thank you.
Copy you.
Okay, so the next thing are the minutes from a previous meeting. I don't have the date in front of me.
It is from March 22nd. It's 26.
March
I need
26th.
to, I'm gonna compete with Alan tonight.
Okay. Mike,
I got a
you
couple
have to
things.
get this down, so.
So,
Okay.
under number 3, new business, the 4th line up from the bottom of that first paragraph. It says, at the end, with the not to exceed amount as voted at town meeting,
So can you, okay.
Number 3,
number 3. in
Yep.
the
Fourth line up from the bottom, you said?
Of the first paragraph.
Oh, okay,
of
yeah.
Under 3.
Got it.
Says not to exceed amount as voted at the town meeting. Well, the town meeting did not vote on the not to exceed number, right? They
Well-
voted on the not to exceed the 2.7.
Right.
But that's not what that's not the not to exceed
Correct.
amount for the designer.
correct. That is,
But the not to exceed amount, oh, I see what you're saying. So there was a not to exceed amount in the RFQ,
Yes.
but you're saying
That's
what
I
it
would
says
say.
here is at town meeting.
Not to exceed.
So we need to change that wording from
The
town
amount
meeting
in
to
the
RFQ.
Well, I
It's
think
just saying
the idea was
RFQ.
gonna match what was approved at town meeting for just the designer
but
portion.
town meeting approved a flat number. Town
Right.
meeting doesn't know what portion was designer
Right.
fees.
Right.
We know that from other details.
So that's what I would-
think it's better to say what's in the
Okay.
RFQ.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's more accurate.
The second thing was it really 39 requests for information? 39,
For the RFQ.
yes.
But that was
Yes.
not 39 individual
Including
architectural
engineers and
Yeah.
all
Right.
sites.
Oh,
Yeah.
not request for information, request for the RFQ.
All right, and the last thing, the other thing, under number
So what-
6, it's under the next meeting dates,
Mm-hmm.
it says April 16th, but above, it talked about this meeting being on the 15th.
Yeah,
Which is today.
it's April
It's a
15th.
mistake.
Yeah,
So we don't have a meeting on the 6th.
we don't have a meeting
No,
on
so I'm saying that
Change that to a
to
15.
the 15th.
Yep,
Yeah.
got it.
I don't know.
How'd I do, Alan?
Anything else?
Nice job.
Okay.
Is there
He
something
beat
that
me.
says request
If
for
that's
information?
it,
I didn't get the proposal thing. He's,
Ah,
So moved.
okay.
Hey, Mac, what was the second thing you said? Was it, did it say, actually say RFI in it? The other question you had about the
Request for
39 people?
information?
No,
you said?
it's, well, you mean my suggestion?
Where's the
39.
39?
No.
What's the edit on 39?
Oh, it is.
Oh, there was
Oh,
no edit, I just
39.
asked a
Oh,
question.
so it's correct.
There's no edit there, Mike, on 30.
Okay.
39 firms requested the RFQ.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it.
Not-
Yeah.
not a-
Just
not
want to
a-
make sure we
He was
didn't need to change it.
questioning the
I
numbers.
just,
Yeah,
I just
okay.
didn't remember the number was that big.
Yep.
Because some of them were engineers.
And some of them were
Okay,
random.
can I have a motion to approve the minutes from March
So moved.
26th as amended?
second.
Okay, Maria moved, Alan seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that's unanimous. So now we need to decide, are we meeting next week on the 23rd? We had left that open for a reason I cannot remember at this hour.
In case we had something, we said we'd leave it in the book and call an audible.
Yeah. Do we need it? Do
Doesn't
you guys don't need it?
We don't need it. We've
Okay.
got some work to do before we.
I don't think there's gonna be much update by
Yeah.
then.
No.
Okay, so we're gonna cancel next week's meeting, and that will bring us to our next meeting on, will it be the 14th, May 14th? Yes, May 14th, so that's a big time If you all find you need us sooner, we can call another meeting,
Yeah.
but otherwise, that's our next time.
So, Mary, did you say at some point we're gonna discuss whether we might go to one meeting a month once we get going?
Not in design phase,
Yeah, maybe
nope,
construction.
nope, it would be in construction. But we have a
Well, I'm
lot
assuming-
of design work to do.
And I'd like to talk about the steering committee too, if possible. We don't have to do that now, but you'll have weekly meetings with the architect.
Oh, yes, yes.
Because that's how, I mean, my guess is that there'll be a weekly
During
meeting.
construction?
No.
During design.
Oh, yeah,
The-
well,
He means the working group.
yeah, the
team.
working group, yeah.
Yeah, so we can talk about.
Well, there'll be regular meetings, and then there'll be a whole bunch of
Right.
specialty
Bigger
meetings, yeah,
Right.
focus meetings,
Yeah.
I sort of call them.
You know, I was thinking that this is the time of year where a lot of boards have new members come on, some members leave, and they reorganize. So we can also consider reorganizing here if we want a new chair, a new vice chair, a new clerk, and we can look at the makeup of the working group. We just have to stay within open meeting requirements, so. All right.
Yeah, the chair will start
We
and
can talk
end
about
this
it at
project.
the next, we can talk about it at the next
Yeah,
meeting, but.
we're not gonna talk about it right now.
But I'm happy in general.
We have a new chair.
Mary's like, please.
We have a new chair, I'm retiring.
I'm also gonna note that one of them said, I hope no one's taking summer vacation, and I think everyone should plan to take their summer vacation. We don't all have to be at every meeting.
Well, it was Tech Tom that said that.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Well.
so hopefully.
But we are gonna need to keep the process moving, and, we're gonna keep having our meetings, but,
It made you think you knew the timeline.
yeah. So, all right, so.
One thing to
yes.
note, doesn't have a big impact on us, but March 14th, our next meeting.
May
is-
14th?
May 14th, excuse me, is the same night as the pre-annual town meeting information night, but it won't conflict with us, but just so people keep that date.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I'm supposed to, so I will, yeah, but I'm supposed to leave there at 7 o'clock, so I'll just
Okay.
leave at 6:45.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
same.
on
I'm-
you. Don't you have to?
Well, I'm gonna be over there, but I'm gonna leave there a half an hour early
Yeah,
to
it
get here on
ends
time.
at 7.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and so it does impact three of us, just that we gotta leave that a little early to get
Yeah.
here, but that's it.
But I'll have
Be
other
there
people
from 2
from
to
FinCom
7
there,
and then
so.
come right to here.
Yeah.
Awesome night. Can't
Okay,
wait.
I truly want to thank all of you for a lot of work over the past 2 weeks, was it really? 2 weeks. We got these on April 1st, and it's April 15th. So thank you. That was a lot of work. I think we did really good work. I think now we get to move forward, so.
Yeah, it was a
Thank you
good
for your
process.
leadership.
Yeah.
Mary.
Great process.
Yeah. What's that?
We had really good choices.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was thrilled with the choices.
Mary, do you want this paper too?
This
top-
paper that Context
top
gave us is
4
gorgeous.
companies
You don't want
extraordinary.
it?
Will you pass that to my friend Mary?
And then
I'm good.
have
I'll take
HBT.
the
Don't you wanna
motion.
keep it?
Oh,
to
so
our
moved. Later,
No, no,
when they
no,
say, we never said
Absolutely.
I
that.
will keep one good copy.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, Maria moved, Alan seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?